Okay. So we just want to get done to session from council.
All right, great. Thank you, sir. Everybody ready? Councilman Gray, you good? Good to go? Okay. Everybody good? All right. Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome you to our town council meeting for Tuesday, January 27, 2023. And I'll call this meeting to order. Thanks to those who are joining us by live stream. We'll transition right into the invocation. And tonight we will join in unity in a brief moment of silence. So if you would, please join me. Thank you. Thank you. If you're able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. We'll now move to our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. We do have a staff request to remove consent item number 9, encroachment agreement 1251 Burma Drive. The requester applicant no longer needs this action. And that is the only note I have. With that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion. Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We move now to presentations, and it's Parks and Recreation Month, July 2023. And we have many of, yes, absolutely. That's weak. That's weak. But anyways, maybe we'll do better after the proclamation is read. So we'll move now into the proclamation reading, and as always, we will join together in reading the proclamation. So, Councilman Haffey, can you kick us off tonight?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So this is Parks and Recreation Month 2023. Whereas the Town of Apex's Parks and Recreation Program is a vital component of our community and serves as a means for residents to enjoy nature, participate in healthy activities, and socialize with one another. And whereas our Parks and Recreation Program contributes to the economic health of our town through improved property values, increased tourism, and the attraction of business, as well as the physical health of our residents through the lifelong benefits derived from being outdoors and participating in physical activity. And
whereas spending time in green spaces is associated with higher cognitive functioning and decreased prevalence of anxiety and depression, and connection with nature is considered to be beneficial to overall human development, and whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And
whereas Apex's public parks include Apex Community Park, Apex JC Park, Hunter Street Park, Kelly Road Park, Apex Nature Park, and Salem Pond Park. And later this year, we are excited to welcome the entire community to our newest, amazing, awesome addition, Pleasant Park. And
whereas Apex's recreation services include athletics for youth, adults, open gyms, trails for walking, jogging, and biking, specialized recreation opportunities for residents with disabilities, and fishing in several of our town ponds. And whereas Parks and Recreations Month is celebrated nationally throughout the month of July, and the town of Apex is proud to join in this celebration.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Apex, and invite residents to utilize the natural spaces and recreation opportunities Apex offers to all people as a way to get in touch with nature and invest in their physical and mental health. Signed this 27th day of June 2023. And I would like to call up Mr. Craig Setzer as Director of Parks and Recreation and his entire team. If you could, please join us up. Yes.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Like that?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Thanks for everything.
I mean, it's like
Getting there.
It's the best TV show. Hey,
What's up, man? Thanks for coming out. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Actually.
we got the boys and girls here.
Yeah, look at this.
All right, here's the official presentation, sir, to you and the team. Thank you for all the work that you do. Sports and recreation, everything was explained here, but you do so much more. We really appreciate it. And the resumes, thank you so much. Round of applause again for our. Right there? Okay. All right. Very good. There you go.
Everybody right over here.
Do it again. Funny one.
I know, right?
A round of applause for our team.
This is yours.
All right, we move now to the regular meeting agenda. And council, you have the meeting agenda in front of you. Are there any recommended changes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda? All right, motion by Gant.
Second.
Second, Mahaffey. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We move now to public forum. This is opportunity for the community members to speak, share any suggestions, recommendations, or any general feedback. And we allow you to come up at this time and speak for 3 minutes. Unless you're representing 4 or more people, you have 9. If you would, please be courteous and follow the series of lights. Green light is go. Yellow means you have 30 minutes left in your presentation. Come in for a landing. And then red, we're done. So we'll go ahead and move now to the who signed up tonight. We have 3 names. We'll start with Mr. Chris Chandler. If you would, please come up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Council. Thank y'all. Chris Chandler from 1936 Gray Meadow Drive, Woodall Estates. Coming in just to speak, share some information, as we all know while I'm here. One of the handouts that you're getting is one that just come out recently. U.S. pedestrian deaths in 22 is the highest number in more than 40 years. So this handout will explain a lot of that and what's going on and different reasons why. This was out of 49 states in the district. Only Oklahoma didn't send theirs, but they have about 92 deaths a year in pedestrian involvement. One of the other things that you'll have is a handout from the FHWA guide on why crosswalks marking designs matter. In there, I highlighted a couple spots. One of them is the question isn't whether to mark, but it's how we mark it. You'll see in there about high visibility makes a big difference with cars traveling, people walking. It lets us know as pedestrians walking also, hey, remember, crosswalk ahead, stop and look, make eye contact. But sometimes when we're making eye contact with vehicles, there's more than one person in there. I have kids, like a lot of people do. Sometimes you're having to speak to your kids. You may take your eye off the person standing on the sidewalk who's trying to draw attention and say, hey, it's crosswalk, I'm getting ready to walk. So there's so many different ways that we can make these high visibility. So I wanted to share that and bring that up. One of the other things in here about the different designs and how they improve, and with high visibility crosswalks, it'll slow a lot of people down when coming to these areas versus a traditional non-marking crosswalk, not high visibility. And when I say all this, there's no one bullet. Not slowing the speed is not going to make 100% difference. Not improving the crosswalk is going to make a 100%. It takes a combination of all of them. And this is a lot of what I'm learning, as long as our community is learning also, that I'm growing in this from the things I'm learning. In the other handout, you'll see it talks about a lot of different factors in these. And one of the things that we've heard a lot is you can't do crosswalks too close. But a lot of what we're learning in these studies that I'll bring to you as we continue and as I'm learning, but a lot of times crosswalks are 200 foot a city block is a recommendation. Now, I know we don't want to put them every 200 foot, but I hope we can grow and encourage and be better about that and looking at this. And when we come back in August, one of the things our community will be doing is we're going to do a community assessment of the Walker feasibility study. And I shared that last time I came. So we'll be doing it next month to see how our community ranks in that. And thank y'all again so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Steve, both good to see you. Yes. Diane Long.
I'm going to speak to two concerns that I have. One is speeding on Hunter Street, and the second one is these little ducks that we have in town over near the Wake Med Center. And we have a lot of people that come down Hunter Street, and I don't know what to tell anybody to do about it. I think the police department here does a great job, but when the school opens back up, it always concerns me, people speeding down Hunter Street, that they may hit a child. But anyway, what has happened is my daughter lives about the third house after you turn off of 55. She has lost her cat. She came crying to my house, and the cat, she took her to the vet, and it had died. And then cats that we don't even know about who they belong to, they get run over. So a lot of animals are getting run over on the end next to 55 Highway. And so I don't know what you can do about it, but if the car, and they just very, very fast, the cars are, they're certainly not within the speed limit, but there is a speeding problem on especially that end, more so I think than North Salem Street because of the way it's designed. But anyway, if you can have someone look into it, I would really appreciate it, because, and we did find a place that it's near Crabtree Valley that will take any kind of an animal. Now I'm going to talk about these ducks. I have passed by that street where those ducks are crossing the road many, many times. I stop and let the little ducks go by. And anyway, my daughter was out again, and this couple had stopped. 5 of those little ducks were run over and killed. And then the mama of these ducks apparently had a broken leg, and one of the little ducks kept coming back to the mama trying to soothe and be concerned for its mother. And we didn't know, when my daughter came over to the house, we got a map out, and we looked, and we found a place that will take any kind of an animal, and they'll take care of it and pay for it if you give them a donation. So we're going to look into that. But anyway, I know that we go over to the Wake Med facility for different reasons, and those ducks are not hurting anybody. And I don't know how many times I have stopped myself to let those little ducks go by. So anyway, I just think we need to be more careful. People need to be more careful. And the thing about it, nobody stops. Nobody stops to see if they have hurt the animal or anything when they get killed. So anyway, we just need to do something about this situation, the speed and taking care of our animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Always good to see you. Yeah. Phil Welch.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Phil Welch. I live at 1471 Big Leaf Loop in Apex. I want to give a couple of comments to the council on the first version of the Affordable Housing Incentive Zoning Policy Procedures Manual. That's new business item 1. I'm speaking today as an advocate for affordable housing in Apex, not as the chair of the Housing Advisory Board. I do, however, request all of the hard work and intense discussions that went into this policy over the past year and a half. What you see in that policy reflects a consensus and a whole bunch of compromises. I think it's a reasonable start. I'm looking forward to hearing from the staff how it's working when there are negotiations with developers and so forth. I expect that the Housing Advisory Board will be considering some adjustments to this when it's reviewed a year from now. And here's some possible adjustments I hope to see as an affordable housing advocate. The minimum percentage of affordable houses in the policy is 5%. Well, we've heard from staff that developers are now coming to them with offers of 5% affordable housing even before incentives are offered. So that's a good sign. That's good news. Hopefully with incentives, that minimum percentage might be pushed up a bit, which we desperately need. And 5% of the development can be either affordable homes or can be developable lots. My preference would be for affordable homes because that's the ultimate objective here. We don't expect people to pitch tents on lots. If it is lots, hopefully the staff might be able to negotiate for and the builders agree to higher percentages than the 5% because they're a little less expensive to the developers. The minimum affordability periods for ownership homes are 20 years, and that's a great minimum for long-term affordability. The minimum affordability period for the rental developments are negotiable. I hope eventually we'll have a standard of at least 20 years of affordability for rental developments too, because they're important as well. The maximum affordable area median income percentages for owner-occupied homes is 135%. There's a lot of discussion about that. As a point of reference, HUD recently published 117,000 as this year's area median income for households in the Raleigh metro statistical area. So 135% of 117, rough calculation, is about 158,000. As the Housing Advisory Board's, okay. I will stop at that point. Thank you very much. I encourage you to approve the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Last speaker for public forum. We'll close public forum and now move to public hearing number 1. Annexation number 757 Alderwood Pond, presented tonight by Planning Director Diane Ken.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
So this annexation is in the northwest portion of our planning area. It is, let's do this one here. It is immediately adjacent to the residential section of Alderwood. And so it should have really been annexed with this other section because it's part of that subdivision, but they had left off half of the pond, as you can see here, for the non-residential section. But before we can sign off on their plat, we need for them to annex the other half of the pond, so we do recommend approval.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Ken? Hearing none. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. No one has signed up to speak for comments. We'll close public hearing. It's back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion.
I appreciate the clarification from staff because I was looking at this going, wait, we missed half the pond. Okay. Thanks for bringing this to our attention.
Sure. All right.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Gray.
I'll second.
Second, Zegerman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll move now to public hearing 2 and 3 will be heard together. Fiscal year 2023-24 annual operating budget and fee schedule adoption. Public hearing 3, fiscal year 2023-24, 27-28 capital improvement plan.
Good evening. So we're only doing the public hearing on the operating budget and fee schedule, but because these two items kind of need to be held approved together, that's why they're kind of grouped together. So we have this nice new graphic, so you have a different way to see the same numbers So again, we've got $213.4 million budget plans, 1.2 for general fund, 51.8 for electric, 28.9 for water sewer, 2.67 for stormwater, and just over 27 million for non-major special and capital projects. The only change from existing budget and draft budget that's been previously published is going to be mayor and council compensation regarding pay and stipend. And I understand that somebody else has information to present to you on that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Any questions for Ms. Grogan?
Nice crosswalk, by the way. High vis.
High vis.
So
Mid-block.
I thought you were for sure we're gonna compliment like the bus that looks like the Go Apex.
No,
bus.
it's good, yeah.
So
I like the police car.
communications did a great job. So
All right, thank you for your work. Appreciate
Thank you.
much. All right. Mr. Coleman.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep it brief. This is in response to the elected official compensation survey that was directed to be completed. This is consistent with the town performing a compensation study back in the fall for all other employees. And so being consistent with that comparison in that study, we did one also for the elected officials. In looking back through the historical for the mayor and annual compensation, mayor and council's annual compensation for salary and stipends. This is the last 10 years of what that's looked like. As you can see, the mayor pro tem and council member broken out there, and then the annual stipend amount that's applicable each fiscal year. Based on that chart, you know, the conclusion is that there's been no salary increase for the mayor position since 2019, no annual salary increase since 2020, and that's applicable to the mayor pro tem and council members, and that's been consistently the same. Normally the mayor pro tem salary and the council member salary has been the same, and then no stipend increase since it was originally established in 2014. In looking at the compensation survey, again, the town completed a compensation study back in the fall for all full-time positions. The elected official compensation study included neighboring municipalities, so those within Wake County, and then comparable municipalities. Again, that was across the entire state of North Carolina. For a municipality to be considered a comparable municipality, we were looking at population size, as well as organizational structure, what is their departmental budgets, employees to resident ratio, number of elected positions. As you know, some municipalities have 7 seats for council, some have 9, some have 5, et cetera. Infrastructure, some municipalities have an electric department, so we tried to look at those as well. Again, any outliers that could make us comparable to someone. Survey questions were 18, and they provided a wide range of questions. So we looked at their budget, organizational structure, also looked at their annual salary stipend for this year, and if they had any anticipated increases for this year, if their elected officials received any benefits, so that would be health, dental, vision, et cetera. If they received office space, what their training and travel budget allocation looked like, and what the issuance of technology equipment. Sometimes that's consistent with what we do, and sometimes it's not. So we asked that question. The survey results for comparable municipalities are revealed here. Again, we looked at populations from as low as 60,000 folks or right under, and then all the way up to 120. As you can see, based on this comparison, these are the municipalities that were surveyed and were contacted. These are the results of that survey. So currently, the salary for the mayor position is $10,834. The stipend is $1,800, and then the mayor pro tem and council members are the same at $8,621. The average is at the bottom. Again, this is for comparable municipalities, not those in Wake County. This is the results from the Wake County municipalities. Again, as you know, a reminder to those watching online and in the room, Apex is the 3rd largest municipality in Wake County with a population of over 75,000 residents, over 600 full-time employees. In Wake County, the 2 municipalities that are larger than Apex are significantly larger by 100,000+ residents. Which is, of course, Cary and Raleigh. The remaining municipalities are significantly smaller by about 25,000 folks or more. here are some options for you all to consider. Again, option A is going with the recommendations from the comparable municipalities, and then the recommendations from the Wake County municipalities, and then you also have a third option to direct staff accordingly. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Coleman?
Okay.
Hearing none, I want to thank you for all the work with this. There was a lot of research, so thank you for doing that. All right, so hearing no questions, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for both items. No one has signed up to speak tonight, so we'll close the public hearing. And it's back to council for discussion at this time.
I'd like to jump out on this one, if you don't mind, Mayor. I know that, looking at the chart, we haven't had salary increases for a number of years. And I know that during 2020, 2021, there was a concerted effort by the council to not increase the salaries as a way of showing not only solidarity with those who are residents, but in recognition of the fact that, we knew lean times were going to be coming, and it was very tough for us to be able to say, all right, we as the elected officials should take an increase in compensation, knowing that there are a number within our community that won't get that benefit, even if it is well-deserved. As we move towards outside of COVID and no longer in COVID, I know that we've got a number of things that, show that we've got things are moving in the right direction, increased employment opportunities. Folks are, we've increased the number of our duties because of the size and number of scope of things that we have here. But I would urge that we take a look at this from a slightly different perspective. And I would say that it would probably be appropriate for us to forego that increase another year. We are still in a time period where, fiscally, we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us. We're looking at, still coming out on the other side of a inflationary recession. We still have climbing housing rates here, where a number of our, residents are struggling to be able to make sure that they can, let alone buy a house, but afford the house that they currently have. And there are a number of folks within our community that I think are still struggling. And because they're still struggling, I would urge us as a council to take the same step that we did at the beginning of the pandemic and use ourselves as the example of being able to say, we can go without knowing that others are going without. And if we can go without and then transfer those funds to help provide additional resources for those who don't have the ability, I think it goes a long way. We're not talking about a lot of money, in terms of the overall budget that would be shifted if we forego the annual increase. But I do think that there is something to be said about the symbology of that. And I think there's something to be said with being able to use these dollars for other resources. So with that said, I would vote against any compensation increase at this time. I think it's the appropriate thing to, lead by the example and say we can hold on this and better utilize those funds. I fully recognize when I say this, I am talking from the comfy chair. I know that when it comes to compensation, particularly the amounts that are there, we are talking about whether or not some folks who are in our community who want to run for this office or want to take these seats can't do it because it is cost prohibitive. And I fully recognize that. But I make this plea to my colleagues on the dais under the guise of knowing that we are not those folks. And when those folks do take this dais, I think we can address that at the appropriate time. But in my opinion, I would much rather utilize the funding that would be used for us and use that for some of the other services within the community. So I would vote no.
Okay.
Is that a motion, by the way?
Oh, no, I got a question.
Gotcha.
I got a question for Councilman Gray. Just respectfully, how many hours would you say you devote to your role as a councilman weekly?
I would say somewhere in the neighborhood between 15 to 17 hours And I know that that pairs in comparison to you. I mean, and I would be the first person to tell you that, you know, when it comes to the compensation rate, does it make a difference as to the mayor versus the council member? I think that's a fair statement. And, you know, to take nothing away from this, I think that when it comes to, and I'll say this publicly all day, when it comes to the level of effort, the level of work, the level of time, commitment, care, we have you as a stunning example that we can show as the beacon on the hill. So my objection isn't based upon the level of effort that you put forth. And to be clear, my objection isn't based upon the level of effort that any of you guys put forth. I think it was a big statement for us to be able to say back in 2020, we're not paying us, but we're going to continue to make sure that those who are on staff are getting paid. I think that was a huge statement because what it's saying is we understand that you need to pay people appropriately for the work that they are doing. And you need to recognize folks for the amount of work that they are doing. And I think that's incredibly important. But I also look at this from my old days as, you know, being a lieutenant, when I was being mentored by young sergeants and older sergeants as to what I should do. And one of the first lessons I learned was, as an officer, you eat last. If there's something that's needed by one of your troops, they get it, you don't. And to me, I put that in that category. I need to eat last.
Well, there's always an option for you not to take yours, I think, if we decide to move toward an increase.
Yeah.
I'll just start out by saying, I got a silver Range Rover that winks at a gas station every time it drives by. And I cover a lot of ground. And, you know, you mentioned that we did take a step back in 2020. And I appreciate you recognizing that because I don't think you were here then, but we did make that decision to do that at the appropriate time. And I'll also add that it's never a perfect time to look at an increase. You will never find it. But it's always the right thing to do when you're compensating people for the work that they're putting in. So this is a tough thing for all of us. And this is a market rate adjustment. This isn't just, we're pulling data out of the air and saying, hey, let's give ourselves an increase. Nothing like that. It goes beyond Jacques Gilbert as a mayor. Whoever comes next, they should be taken care of. This should be something that's studied annually, if not 3 years, every 3 years. So again, it's never a perfect time to do it. And I'll just speak on behalf of other people who are contributing to work and talking with members of the community. They understand the work that we do. And it's really tough to, I'm a publicly say, a person with a fixed income to keep providing this service to the town. And I know I've made a decision to do it, but I love doing it. And I will continue to give 110% no matter what happens here tonight. But I think this is the direction to go in. We have taken care of staff very well. And we make sure they did eat. And this isn't about eating, this is about service to the community. And I will support an increase.
I'd like to add my comments, Mayor. In short, I concur with the mayor. And I think it's important at this time just to take a step back and kind of acknowledge what's going on here. Maybe why we're even having this conversation. I think maybe some people are confused right now. But this is actually required by statute. If we adjust the compensation of the council, we need to do it as part of the annual budget. We wanted to do it publicly. We wanted to have this conversation, not try to hide it from you guys, let you know what we're thinking or not thinking. So that's why we're having this awkward conversation amongst us and may or may not take action. So that's why we're here. And that's what's going to happen in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. I think it's important to reflect on why council compensation is important. Like, what's the purpose of setting a council compensation? Is it just to incentivize people like it would be in the private industry? I don't think so. I think council compensation and mayor compensation, first and foremost, should be about removing barriers to serving on the council. And my concern is if you have a low level of compensation that's stayed that way for almost a decade now, you're in a situation where not everyone is able to afford to serve, as other members have pointed out. And what does that really mean? So we have, 72,000 people in Apex, maybe 36,000 adults or so. Of that 36,000, how many people in the community who want to serve are able to dedicate 20 hours a week or 40 hours a week in what's essentially, our stipend is currently $8,000 a year, which doesn't go particularly far. That's a big burden on someone who doesn't already have a significant amount of money saved up or an outside income that's in a flexible job. So what you end up is you're pulling your elected officials from a very narrow group of people in town. And I just think that's suboptimal. I think the first goal of compensation should be that to allow other people to serve who want to serve. I don't think it should be so high that people are incentivized to go like, hey, I'm looking for a job. Oh, look, a mayor council seat's open. That sounds cool. I could do that. It doesn't have to be like, well, that's awesome. I'm going to go make $85,000 a year. But it should be that, well, I can do this if I want and still pay my bills, still put gas in my car. I know that there's a lot of people who would like to serve, but looking at the workload, it is honestly 20 hours a week sometimes for council, sometimes 30 or 40 it feels like when things get hot. And there's some weeks when it's next to nothing, hopefully in July it'll be next to nothing. We all go to the beach or something. But there's some weeks where things are tense and it's another full-time job for all of us. And if you don't have that outside income, it is a lot to ask someone who, to come work 40 hours or 30 hours or even 20 hours for what amounts to a couple $100s a week when you divide that $8,000 up. So that's been my perspective. It's about removing barriers. And there's people who don't try to serve who would be amazing at the job. There are some people who think they can do it and they get in the spot, whether it's an elected official here. And I should mention, all bodies have this problem. The pay is low across the board, whether you're a town council member, whether you're a commissioner, whether you're at the state legislature, it's all in the neighborhood of $10,000 or so a year. Some people really have a desire to serve. They get in that role, and after like one term or halfway through the term, they realize they just can't do it. And some really quality folks have left after one term just because it just wasn't feasible in their life. They had to have another job, and they couldn't devote the time needed here because people tend to underestimate both the job and the types of things that we do. And I ask that we just, we consider that. What type of talent has the town not been able to harness from its citizens because the role doesn't pay as well as it could? So for that reason, I would support an increase, something close to the comparable municipalities.
Let me jump on top. So I think I find myself somewhere in the middle. So I understand and really appreciate the comments that Councilmember Gray made about the symbolism of us paying ourselves less or eating less, as he calls it. There's also the reality of the pay is low, right? Even with proposed increases, it's still not going to be the equivalent of a job, even though the time commitment in some cases is similar. There's also the expenses associated, with traveling to and forth and, being part of the, out in the community and such. And I think that's, in no job would somebody expect to pay, to do their job, right? The compensation should be enough to, or the stipend should be enough to cover the expenses. I don't think it does. That being said, like the compares that I see include cities like Raleigh. It includes other towns across the state that are a little bit larger than we are now, and even in the foreseeable future. And I think those outliers kind of throw the numbers here a little bit. And so some of the numbers that were shown here are inflated a little bit because of the compensation in those towns. And number three, I feel very awkward paying ourselves more than state legislature pays them, right? So I understand Councilmember Mahaffey's comments very well, right? And I agree with those comments that, we need to pull our elected body from a broader part of the population. But the difference between $8,600 and, I don't know, let it be $10,505 is not going to make that difference. So long and short is I do support a modest increase both in compensation and stipend. But I'm not comfortable with some of the compares that we have pulled here.
Okay,
I'm sure you vote, so no comment.
no comment.
I'm honest.
My proposal back to the town clerk was 10,000 for council member, 11,000 for mayor pro tem, 12,500 for the mayor, and then stipends of $200 for council, 250 for mayor pro tem, 300 for the mayor per month.
You mean, oh,
A month, what's that?
That's a month, so it's effectively doubling current stipends.
Okay, can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Compensation for the mayor, 12,500 a year.
Okay,
Mayor pro tem, 11,000 a year.
all right,
Council members, 10,000 a year. Stipends, if you want to do the math, 300 times 12,
3,600.
3,600, right? 2,400 for, sorry,
36
2,800 for mayor pro tem.
3,000.
Sorry, 3,000 for mayor pro tem, and then 2,400 for council.
okay. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Was that a motion?
Oh, sorry.
We in discussion. We still.
I think we're still in discussion.
Okay.
I'm just.
That was a proposal for a motion.
Yeah.
I just want to verify the numbers, because I didn't catch on.
So just to repeat, the annual compensation for the mayor salary, 12,500, stipend is 3,600. For the mayor pro tem, annual salary is 11,000. The stipend would be 3,000. For a council member, individual council member would be 10,000 annual salary and 2,400 annual stipend.
Can I ask how you come up with your numbers?
I took out some of the outliers of the cities that I didn't really thought fit the compare, which you're not going to see in the options here, right? So I took out, for example, the city of Raleigh and the city of Cary when I looked at the Wake County compares. And so the numbers that, for salary that I came up with are closer to when you run the comparisons that way. And then stipend, we were clearly under market, even with removal of the outliers. The stipends were pretty consistently between $3,000 and $4,000 for council and mayor. So I, took round numbers.
Mr. Clerk, how many council members do Raleigh have?
I believe there are 7,
There's
and then a
7.
mayor makes 8.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll say this, I do want to point out, and Alan, we talked about this before, I reached out to some of my friends in Wake County, and some of these numbers are actually out of date, because I think everyone's having this same discussion. Raleigh, the reason Raleigh is such a big outlier here is last year they had a big public debate about their compensation, and they arrived at $36,000, and I can't find on the sheet here, but yeah, $36,000 for mayor, around $30,000 for council members. I know some other municipalities, Zebulon just made a significant increase in their salary as well. And my concern is adding a few $1,000s, like that doesn't do much to remove barriers, It is better than nothing, but you still have the issue where someone who wants to serve but needs to have another income or needs to have some other compensation, like it's kind of a drop in the bucket, and it feels more like a minor adjustment than making a shift in how we think about what this is. I think opening up to a larger section of our growing population is important, and even the numbers that I'm thinking, which are on the order of what's recommended in option A, I still think doesn't quite get us there, but I think that's something that's defensible by the data that we have in front of us. So I guess that's sort of my thought is, we are in the middle of a market adjustment here. We are in the middle of a recognition that we do want people, we don't want to reserve these spots, not reserve, but we don't want to make this, open up to only people who are able to serve because they're fortunate enough to have significant outside income. That's my concern. So, I mean, I appreciate where I certainly would support that if you don't want to go any higher. My preference would be something closer to option A.
Mr. Coleman, what would the total amount of increase or impact with Councilman Zigerman's recommendation would that be on the budget?
Councilman Zigerman's recommendation would be right at 20,000,
Okay.
just shy of 20,000.
I'll just point out to my colleagues, our budget is close to $250 million, like $20,000, $50,000, $200,000. It's not going to make a meaningful difference in the services we can provide the town, but it may make a meaningful difference in what this council looks like 2 years, 4 years, or 8 years from now.
Right. Just another question to Councilman Zigerman. Are you in support of looking at this annually?
Yeah, I would consider that. We look at our employees on an annual basis. We look at, we don't always do a market study, but we do factor it in, like when we make compensation decisions and then budget allocations. So I think that council and mayor compensation should be reviewed at the same cadence.
Can I make a recommendation? Like, I think there's a couple issues here. There's council compensation that we have to settle on as part of our budget. There's the annual policy going forward. And then I also would like a short discussion about the benefits that we offer, again, around the theme of removing barriers to serving on the council. So I think treating them separately is mechanically the best way to go forward, or else we'll just, want to arrive at some decision.
Okay.
Can I chime in on one of your points, actually? So being from Asheville, originally, I saw what the low salaries of our General Assembly, what that led to as far as who got to go to Raleigh, because it was, rich people or they were retired. That's all there was from the western part of the state, because it's so far away from Raleigh. So I see the barriers of their low salary in the makeup of their legislature, I think, acutely. I just don't see it here with, we meet at night, we don't have to travel as far to go to our meetings. I just don't see the same barriers that they have, and the financial impacts, I think, running or not for this position, I think are not as affected by this as they are for the.
I would say it's just time.
Nashville.
It's just time. It's just like, if you're serving on this council, we can't have a second job. Like, we're struggling to do our day job, and sometimes in the mayor's case, can't hold a day job because it's mostly a full-time job. So the barrier isn't distance in our case, it's simply time. It's like, we're doing this instead of getting another income for our family. And if you in a position where you need that income, you just can't be on the council.
I recognize that is the barrier argument is a real one. I do think that's a real genuine argument, because if we take a look at the mayor's daily schedule, there's little to no chance that he can continue to have a secondary job. It's just difficult time-wise. So I recognize that, and I think that the barrier is a legitimate argument that it bears a lot of weight. I really do. But I also recognize I'm talking from the completely comfy chair that I sit in. I get it.
Okay.
All right.
I think we need a motion.
Did you want to talk about benefits?
Okay. For benefits, on the theme of removing barriers, I notice from the information we got from our staff that a lot of other towns do offer their council members health insurance. And I believe, I don't want to speak for anyone but myself, but I personally don't need health insurance to the town, but if you look at barriers, that could be something which is preventing a retiree or a senior citizen from potentially running for council. Because, again, speaking from my experience, I know that my parents, at this point in their life, have jobs solely to get health insurance. Like, they've moved on from their primary career, they're in this gap between when they can go on Medicare, Medicaid, and they need to fill this gap. So they had to go get a job just to get health insurance. And it would be great if the town could benefit from the experience of our seniors who are in that gap as well, and could lend that experience to the council and are able to serve on the council and get that health insurance they need while serving their town. So I don't think that has to be done as part of the budget. I don't think we have to direct staff to start offering it tomorrow, just based on the reality of the 6 of us who are up here. But I do think that's something that we should investigate for the future, is offering that as just a standard benefit of joining the town's, the regular health insurance we offer our employees, where you know, whatever the plan is, allow town council members to join up as well, would be my suggestion for benefits.
Okay.
No objection to that.
You said no objection?
No objection to
Okay,
that.
all right, very well. Okay, so we are at any more discussion. I guess another question I have is if there is a vote for an increase and everybody gets the increase, right? No matter what the vote is. Is that right, Mr. Clerk?
Unless someone wishes not to receive an increase, then they can. But yes, if the majority votes for the increase, then.
Okay. Okay.
So another question. So if we do not agree on the increase here, are we potentially holding up the budget?
No,
We're not going to do
we
that.
can't-
Because we
we don't-
can't.
We don't
have
pass the
to.
budget tonight,
to.
Right.
yeah.
But to add, what we've learned is that this discussion has to be part of the budget.
Right.
So we do it today or we don't do it this year, and the default will be our existing salary. And then the next opportunity to adjust, it'll be part of the next year's budget discussion as well, to try to come up with some adjustment. So what it is.
And you may be kicking that can down the road again next year.
Yeah, like this is a perpetual problem, right? And so like the numbers, right, the delta in terms of dollar spent are a drop in the bucket on our overall budget. I get that, right? It's really about how we want to look at council as a role, as a job going forward versus perpetuating kind of what we have today. And that's
Now-
what it's going to come down to.
There's one other point I wanted to make that we haven't talked about, and it's what is the public support, what is the public perception today? We haven't done a survey formally. I don't think this is one of the questions, but I bet if you ask most people in town, they'd be surprised to learn that the mayor only makes $10,000 a year and that you and I only make $8,000 a year doing this. I think the perception already is that the salary that we have may be significantly higher than even what we're proposing today. You know, people might think $25,000, $30,000 might be what a council member makes or something. Some people, probably angry people, think we make like $75,000 a year and we're, you know, going full-time professionals. But it's not. It's $8,000 a year. So in terms of the difference, like if people think we're making $30,000 already and they're talking about between $10,000 and $12,000, at a certain point we're splitting hairs and it's still pretty minor.
I agree. Let's make a decision and then live with it. Alan, I had a question about the Mayor Pro Tem Killingsworth. Did she present comments about this?
She did.
Okay, can you share that?
Yes. She said that she was supportive of the Wake County comparable, so that would be option B here. At minimum, she was willing to, was interested in having a, additional discussion around going closer to option A, should that be the pleasure of the council. But at minimum, she said that she was supportive of option B.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion so we can move forward?
So Arno, you gave some numbers, 12,500, 11,000, 10,000. If anything, that this discussion moved at all, or is that still your preference? And for the record, when I say, what I'm proposing option A, if those who can't read the screen, would be about 21,000 for mayor, 16,000 for mayor pro tem, and 15,000 some change for council member. So numbers on our sheet here.
Right. Just listening to the comments and like where some of my colleagues are, right? It sounds like Mayor Pro Tem at minimum wants to do option B, but it's leaning towards option A. Clearly Councilmember Mahaffey is a proponent of option A, as is the mayor. I find myself kind of in between. I like the argument of making council more accessible. I really do. Because for better or worse, and Councilmember Gray calls it, sitting in a comfy chair, right? Let's call it what it is. Like it's a privilege. It's an elite function that we have right now because we can. And opening that up to a broader population, I think is the spirit of democracy, right? That where anybody who has a passion should be able to participate in government. And compensation, unfortunately, makes that prohibitive. And so with that in mind, right, we're not going to change anything if we do, a $1,500 change here and there, right? We got to do something a little bit more drastic. Again, $15,000, I'm not sure if it's going to remove the barriers, but at least it's going to set us up for a different future, right? Future engagement, especially if we start doing this as part of the budget cycle every year and not once a decade. So I would be supportive of a motion that covers either option A or option B.
Okay,
So
before we move on, I think we decide we're going to break it up just so it's cleaner. So we do the salary first, stipend second, and then the annual operating budget for. So you want to speak on the salary now?
All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move we adopt option A for both the salary and for the stipend, and amend the budget to include the salary increase for option A.
Okay. Can we do the salary separate before we move the stipend?
I move we adopt option A salary.
Okay. We have a motion for option A salary by Mr. Councilman Mahaffey. Is there a second?
I will second.
All right. We have a second. Zegerman. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, so we have a split, and I will vote yes. Aye. We move now to stipend. Is there a motion?
I move we adopt option A stipend levels, comparable results from comparable municipalities.
Is there a second?
I will second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. My vote is an aye. Motion passes. We move now to the annual operating budget for fiscal year 23-24. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion.
Great budget.
Other than,
I'm really excited.
I'm really impressed with the amount of effort the staff has put into the budget. I know we've given people some source along the, all sorts along the way. But I think it's a wonderful product, and I'm fully supportive.
Okay.
I do have one comment I want to make about the budget, which is that not only has the staff put a great deal of work into this, but I do think it's a good reflection of a lot of hard work. Is it absolutely perfect? Of course not. I mean, that's the purpose of a budget. Prioritize best as you can, what you can. And this is a great reflection of that priority. I'm proud of the fact that we're putting a lot of, this into our public safety, fire, police, those who are out there. I'm very proud that we're putting in money to not only assist those public safety assets specifically, but there's money in here for organizations that are there to help fill the gap that our cops and our firemen can't service. Services like Wake County Crisis Ministry, Interact. These are other organizations that are going to be able to help fill the gap that our uniform services can't fill. And this budget recognizes that. And then finally, it does a great job of recognizing where we're at with our great resources, whether they're parks, whether they're sidewalks or what have you. Can we fix every single road that we want to? No. We certainly want to, but this is an exercise in fiscal responsibility here. Not spending more than we know that our town and our residents can bear, and this is important. So my hat's off to Amanda and to Sean for the great work when it came to putting together this budget. Hats off to our financial team and financial section for doing the number crunching and getting it right. So, and my hat's off to Town Manager Crosby and the rest of the town, because I know this is not a singular effort. So congratulations on getting not only, I think, the right mix, but doing the right thing for the people who live here. So I enthusiastically support this budget.
And I want to chime in too real quick. I was just thinking about the budget, and obviously it's an indication of your priorities. And because I've been on here the longest of at least of this crew on this council, I've kind of started seeing municipalities and budgets as you're making small choices every day and every budget year, and prioritizing things you'll think will make the town better. And when you look at great cities in the U.S. across the world, they've just made, I think, the right choices. And I hope and think that we're doing that. And at the very least, we're being thoughtful about these choices. And we have the past 5 years, and this budget's included in that list. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. So we have a motion. And was it a second? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. We'll move now to the capital improvement plan. Is there a motion?
No motion to approve.
Motion Gray.
Second.
Second Gant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll move now to public hearing 4, presented tonight by Liz Lofton.
Good evening. This is rezoning case 23 CZ07 940 Tingen Road. The property is located within the Apex Loop. It is located on the west side of Tingen Road and is currently vacant. As you may recall, Town Council approved a rezoning for the property to the south. And during that rezoning, the applicant did explain that they would be back with this property. The intent of the rezoning is to develop the 2 parcels for an affordable housing subdivision of 20 townhomes. The property is currently zoned residential agriculture. The applicant is proposing to rezone to high-density multifamily residential conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the property as medium high-density residential. The proposed rezoning to HDMF is consistent with the land use map designation. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on March 30th for the rezoning. This rezoning was exempt from meeting with the Apex Environmental Advisory Board since the proposed rezoning is less than 1 acre. A full list of the uses and zoning conditions can be found on page 2 of the staff report. The applicant is proposing townhomes, and I would like to point out that all of the zoning conditions are the same for the property to the south, except for condition number 11. The property shall be developed with the adjacent property to the south. Planning Board held a public hearing on June 12th and unanimously recommended approval with conditions as proposed by the applicant. Planning staff recommends approval because the proposed rezoning to high-density multifamily is consistent with the land use classification and will expand the area available for affordable housing and encourage compatible development. The applicant is also here to answer any questions that you may have on this project.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lofton. Any questions for Ms. Lofton before we hear from the applicant?
I did have one. I watched the planning board meeting, and it seemed like the discussion from some of the residents and the planning board was a lot of rehashing of the previous zoning, which I thought was rather inappropriate because it's this small little sliver. So apparently online there's some plans, I think, that look pretty great as far as what's going to be on this. And it looks like just a few houses and the road kind of going, the entrance of the neighborhood going through there. So it seems to me like a lot of the stormwater issues that may or may not crop up and a lot of the traffic issues that may or may not crop up with the right in, right out, the impact on this particular zoning is small compared to the whole zoning. And so it seemed like it was, I mean, I don't know if we need to rehash the old zoning because it's already done. And it seemed like it was just a little small piece, a little addition to that larger thing, and in the same conditions, I guess. So, I mean, I guess the question is, the 3 houses are being incorporated into the stormwater controls and the traffic stuff as far as the larger development, not kind of something by itself here that's isolated, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Roach.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Roach, Peak Engineering and Design. I am not going to rehash the whole, as Mr. Gant pointed out, the previous zoning. This is exactly what we told you guys about 4 months ago we'd be doing. It is, I want to point out, 100% affordable housing condition in here. And as Liz pointed out, she told you guys everything that was in here. The one condition is basically we tied this 0.2 of an acre parcel to the 2.27 acre piece next door. So it's being developed together. We have already submitted a master subdivision plan for it. We are aware of stormwater issues coming from the adjacent townhomes. We are waiting on some survey information, both from our side and from the townhome side, from the adjacent residents, the West Haven townhomes, to identify what those issues are, what trees are there, what the stormwater issues are, to propose a solution to avoid having any negative impacts downstream. So we're well aware of the issues that were brought up months ago, and we're trying to work through them with our master subdivision plan. So with that, I'm here tonight to ask for support for the 100% affordable housing, 0.2 of an acre rezoning. I don't have the record for the smallest, but I'm trying.
Mr. Roach, yeah, so the plan, I was looking at your plan, and so it looked like all this stormwater is going to fall on the houses that may be a part of this small sliver are going to be part of the whole piping and into that pond that will then discharge when the rain is really heavy, I guess, in the 10-year storm, whatever it is, into the same creek as is there right now. So, so right now what's happening is the rain's falling on that. Presumably it's kind of seeping through the woods there into that creek as well. And so this will divert it into that pond. And presumably a lot of the other stuff that's falling on this entire zoning will be in pipes and in a pond instead of it being into kind of regular stormwater or regular, runoff. So, we talked a little bit in the last rezoning about how there may be benefits to the pond situation versus that, and if the problem's happening from the school, maybe not though. So can you speak a little more as you looked at it closer?
Sure. From a stormwater standpoint, we're incorporating this 0.2 of an acre into the residual parcel. We're going to treat all of it. Any of the impervious, any of the runoff that falls on this piece will go down the road. We'll go to our new pond. And then part of what we're evaluating is not only our site, but also the stormwater coming from the school through our site to determine what the impacts are downstream. And if it's a hydrograph peak, a little bit technical terms there, getting into the weeds with stormwater controls, but we're going to evaluate the entire site to see what is the issue downstream now, and to make sure that whatever we're doing on our site does not have a negative impact downstream. We've worked with Robert and the stormwater staff last couple of weeks on trying to figure out what's going on out here. And once we get that survey document back, we'll continue to work with staff to avoid having a negative impact on those neighbors. So, but you're exactly right. The water's going to come off that site and go, we're going to treat it. We're going to detain it.
If it is coming from the school, which it looks like, and from Marty's emails, it looks like it's kind of originating there more, because obviously this is not really developed. So your stormwater pond will not take in runoff from like the school at all, right?
That's correct.
And you'll build a road across it, and the water will be conveyed beneath the road in a pipe and then back into the creek, which then flows down. So
that's correct. We'll bypass the upstream stuff because there actually is a pond on the Wake County Public Schools site.
There is a pond.
There is a pond on the back.
Well?
It's a different design. It was designed prior to the current ordinance, so it's probably and I don't know this, Robert. It's a dry detention basin. Yeah, so it does do some attenuation, but not the level of what would be required if they built there today.
Yeah.
So our goal is to bypass that and leave that natural, let it keep coming down like it does, and for us to pick up all the new development, our townhomes, our road, our sidewalks, anything that comes into our site that is part of our development, and then we will treat back to at least the 10-year storm. The commitment that I made at Planning Board was that we're going to look to go over and above. If there's an option to go a little bit higher, we will. If there's an option to do a little bit larger pond and we have space, that's exactly what we're going to do. Because the last phone call I ever want to get is from a downstream neighbor saying I'm flooding. So my goal here, since we know about this, is to make sure I don't get that phone call and that you guys never hear from anybody.
Would a higher year storm, like a 20-year or whatever, would that, the site, the plan I saw didn't really have much room, it looked like, for a bigger pond necessarily, because it was kind of constrained. I mean, is it deeper, I guess?
So it is deeper. It is deeper. And going up to a 25-year storm isn't always a positive, because what you end up doing is you end up aligning what's called hydrographs. If we slow our water down, the school water may catch up to us, and we may actually put more water on the downstream guys. So to commit to a 25-year storm today is probably not the best thing to do. But to commit to Robert to work with staff and say we're going to do the best that we can over and above the ordinance as it currently sits. And if that means we get to a 25-year detention level, that's exactly what we'll do. Okay. So it's kind of me telling you guys that I don't want you getting phone calls. I'm going to do everything I can to avoid that. And if that's additional stormwater controls, additional detention, that's my goal.
Okay. Couple more
It's hard to make a commitment, you know, at a zoning stage, not really knowing yet, and not knowing what those pipes downstream look like yet. So we're still working through the issues. But I just ask for your flexibility for us to make the right decision and to work with staff from a stormwater standpoint to do what's best for our project, for the people downstream, and for the town as a whole. So
Is it
I
your
just ask
hope-
for that, dude.
Got a couple more questions. Sorry, guys. Is your hope that, and have you, I mean, maybe discussed the land to the west of this that would connect all the way through to the Salem Village neighborhood? Is it the intent at least potentially to have this thing connect all the way through to the west?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was always the goal. Mr. Ione, who's bought this land and bought both of these parcels, has approached the Bird family behind.
Yeah.
And at some point they'll sell it, maybe 5 years, maybe 50 years, we don't know. But we have set up our site, as you've seen on the master subdivision plan, it is stubbed to the west. And I think we even named it Owlsmore Lane, which is the extension out to Salem Village. Or James Street extension. It's the same, that's the goal.
Okay. It'd be great if it did connect all the way. And
Agree.
The same with affordable housing.
Agree. From an engineer planning transportation standpoint, it's the ultimate, you know, the goal is to make that interconnectivity to the west. But there again, you can't make somebody sell land.
Okay.
So we set it up when they do decide to sell, that they're set up for development.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Roach? Hearing none. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. And we have Ms. Patricia Fritz to speak tonight.
Hello, my name is Patricia Fritz. I live in the West Haven Townhomes in a building that borders the properties at 1010 and 940 Tingen Road.
Can you give us your address for the record?
Oh, it's 206 Harbor Haven Drive. We are hoping that the town departments who are reviewing the site plans for the Towns on Tingen project make themselves cognizant of the impact developing this property will have on our townhomes, mostly the stormwater, and also some of the sediment that's washing down from the stream creek into our drainage area. We are hoping and would like to see stormwater control measures that would exceed the current 1 to 10-year flood plain plan. I'm not sure what you call that. And also the traffic's a little bit of a concern because there's a curve at the entrance to the townhomes on Harbor Haven Drive. And with the right in, right out, I mean, it's hard now to see the cars coming around that curve, but it's going to make it a little difficult if we have, you know, more cars coming at us. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for coming out to speak tonight. All right, we'll go ahead and close public hearing for this item, and it's back to council for discussion.
Make a couple points, like, I think I said this is the last rezoning, that if you have an existing stormwater issue on your property with a neighbor, counterintuitively, you actually do kind of want that property to develop because that gives the opportunity for them to engineer a solution. If things are already bad, our ordinance says you can't make it worse or you're in trouble. And there's a chance that you could, in this case, hopefully engineer something better to improve the situation. It sounds like we have some development here. The school obviously has been there for many, many years. I'm not sure when the townhomes were built, but our standards have since been raised. And I'm looking forward to, you know, I'm hoping that we can get some relief here. I'll also point out that what we're considering tonight is a small addition. I remember talking about this at the time and pointing out that there's this one little property. And I don't know if we talked about it during the rezoning or maybe it was, you know, in the hallway afterwards or something about how it would be nice to add in this one property here, because otherwise, what are you gonna do with it? You know, how can there ever be anything else? So that's important that, you know, you want developments to be cohesive and, you know, contain a logical area, and logically this should be included. So for that reason, I'm going to support this rezoning.
I'd like to thank Ms. Fritz for the emails. This is something that this may come back to haunt us, but it's an example of getting these emails helps us get a better picture as to what's going on. And I'll echo a lot of the comments that Councilmember Mahaffey said, which is now we get a chance to fix some of these issues. And with this new development, the applicants are now looking at the issue in a different light, and us getting those emails and being able to relay a lot of these concerns, I think will in the end up with a better solution than what you currently have. This is an example of how, reaching out to council, the public comments, it makes a difference. And it's something that I know we're going to be keeping an eye on, and will continually be on our measure should this thing get approved, because it's something that we need to make sure that we're holding Mr. Roach and the applicant to their word as they've extended their concerns of being able to address these problems. So.
I think it's not just their word, right? Like there's that UDO ordinance that, as Councilmember Mahaffey just described, you can't make it worse, right? So this can only get better at this point. So it's not just taking the applicant for his words. Where did Jeff go there? It's he's on the hook, right?
Motion approved.
Okay, I just want to make one quick comment. Please thank Mr. Ione for his contribution to affordable housing. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Yep. All right, discussion further? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to rezoning case number 23 CZ09 Hatcher property revision. Presented tonight by Shelley Mayo.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Shelley.
So as the mayor said, this is the Hatcher property revision. You guys may remember seeing this in January. There we go. This project is kind of towards the western portion of the town's jurisdiction. It consists of 3 parcels that total just shy of 29 acres, and it's located on the north side of Olive Chapel Road, immediately to the west of the American Tobacco Trail. And it's mostly wooded and was formerly used as a forestry use. The parcels are currently zoned rural residential conditional zoning. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. And the proposed zoning district will keep that same zoning district. We're just going to amend some conditions. The 2045 land use map designates this as the new rural transition residential. And this particular zoning district does comply with that designation. In January, y'all saw this and rezoned these parcels to rural residential conditional zoning. After the rezoning, the applicant realized that 2 of the conditions didn't have exactly the right language for what he was actually looking for. The purpose of this rezoning is actually to fix that language and to add 2 more conditions that will address some concerns that were realized once the master subdivision plan was submitted. The applicant did conduct a neighborhood meeting report on March 15th, 2023. That neighborhood meeting report's attached to your staff report. Because this will not increase or decrease the density for the development, there was no updated letter from Wake County Public Schools or anything of that nature. As with the last one, the applicant has divided this into a Zone A and a Zone B. Zone A is 2 large lot, single-family residential parcels. They are each a little over 2.5 acres or so. And Zone B has been submitted as a typical subdivision with an average lot size of about 1/2 acre. 4 changes are proposed. All of the conditions for both zones are included in your staff report, but since only 4 things are proposed to change, those are the only ones that I'll review for you. Whoops, I keep hitting the wrong button. Just quickly to point out, I also meant to point out that there's Army Corps land here, kind of to the south and east, which is protected open space that can't be impacted. That'll come up again shortly. The first change that's being proposed is a fairly minor wording change. Because Zone A and Zone B came in with fairly similar language, Staff didn't catch this at the time. We were busy working on a couple of other conditions that were more controversial. Zone A does not have a subdivision associated with it. Those are large lots that are highly unlikely to ever reach the 60% amount. Zone B, however, is a subdivision which is going to have a stormwater pond on it. So that stormwater will be addressed through that pond and everything. For regular subdivisions, the UDO calculates impervious surface on a whole subdivision instead of a case by case. So this is simply to change the words, to remove the words per lot and exchange them for this development. So maximum impervious surface, or I'm sorry, maximum built upon area for this development shall be 60%. Staff recommends approval of this. This is consistent with the way the UDO has traditionally calculated things. It was just an oversight on our part when we were reviewing initially. The next condition is simply to add the text in yellow in front of you. That text reads, so the condition is essentially describing exactly what transit trail will be built to, what standard it will contain. At the first rezoning, the applicant thought that they had included the phrase asphalt. They had not. Staff did not realize they wanted that included, so we didn't proof that to that level. So the applicant is just simply asking to add that language in, that they shall construct transit trail with a 24-foot wide section of asphalt, which is a 6-foot reduction from the major collector street typical standard. Staff was opposed to that original rezoning request, which eliminated the curb, gutter, and sidewalk on the west side of Transit Trail. We are also opposed to this new request, which would reduce the asphalt section of the road from 30 feet to 24 feet wide. The change would have the following negative consequences. The road can't be striped per the town standard if 30 feet of asphalt isn't provided. When the road is eventually widened to meet town standards, the road marking will require relocating the center line and the edge lines from both pieces. The roadway shoulder for the west side where the curb is exempted would be reduced from a 4-foot paved shoulder to a 2-foot paved shoulder. There's potential for uneven widening along the western frontage when development occurs, and the town may ultimately need to complete gaps prior to resurfacing and remarking the entire road. Roadway users and adjacent property owners could potentially be disrupted in the future when that widening and construction is occurring. And generally speaking, this rezoning case would be held to a lower standard than required of other development.
Can you define real quick the sound line and inline, what those are?
I'm sorry, say one more time,
The
please.
sound, I think you said two things. The sound line, the inline wouldn't be.
Oh, sorry, the
done or something?
center line and the edge lines. So,
Center line, the edge line, okay.
sorry if I said it too quickly. The center line is simply those 2 yellow lines that run down the middle of the road. And if you have a 24-foot wide section, this is, just to give you a visual, this is the major collector street typical section from our standard engineering specifications. So if you have a 30-foot wide section, then you run that center line down at the 15-foot portion. If you reduce it by 6 feet, then you have 24 feet. And in order to make this symmetrical, you have to run that center line, those yellow lines, down at the 12-foot mark.
Okay.
So when this gets widened and repaved, you actually have to come through and grade it. It's not called grading, it's called something else. Thank you. You have to mill it, which is that rough, bumpy texture on the road.
Yeah. Where the yellow would be.
Right, and then you have to move it and
Redo it, okay.
And it would be the same thing for over here. So you would have to change that edge line as well and move it over when it's widened.
And the edge line is the white line?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think the argument here was Transit Trail is technically a new road, so we're asking them to construct it to a major collector standard. But if Transit Trail as it exists today is a private road, but if that were a public road, of some lower standard, they would only be required to expand their frontage on the road. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
On their side of the road.
yes, so I think that's basically what's happening is we're being asked, the reason it's a lower standard is because we're being asked to treat it as it were an existing road and not the construction of a new road, which I think sounds more reasonable than just saying hold it to a lower standard. So that's the way I interpret it, is like transit trail technically isn't new, it's an existing thing that they want to widen their half of it like we would if it were another road that exists.
But isn't the road design different because roads are graded, right? So
That's what they're
if, you,
saying,
if you're building a 24-foot road, would the hump in the middle would be at the 12-foot mark,
Yeah.
right? If that road gets extended, now the grading is off, like compared to a normal roadway.
Does not exist for every other road where we have developers just expand their frontage on their development.
I'm asking, like,
Well, the depot had to expand all the way in theirs, I guess. Depot 499.
So
on
it
Salem.
depends on whether or not, so the UDO actually has a standard for a new road where you have, where the property owner owns both sides of the road, where they're building a full new road and they own the property on both sides. And in that case, they have to build it to the standard listed in the ordinance. Unless the traffic that's proposed isn't going to require that at the time. And we also have a standard for an existing road, a section in the ordinance where the road is existing and the developer only owns one side of the road, then they only have to widen it to basically from the center line along their property on their side of the road. This is an unusual situation where the developer only owns one side of the road and is building a brand new road. So, and it's not existing right of way. So that's part of the reason that this is before you as a zoning condition instead of simply relying on a UDO section to accommodate it. To answer your question, Mr. Zegerman, I believe that you're correct. However, I am not a road engineer. I will let Russell and Patrick speak to that here in a few minutes. I'm going to go through the rest of my presentation and then we will happily answer those questions for all of you. But I just wanted to give you the visual here just to show you what that's going to look like roughly. Condition number 19, the applicant is proposing the following, that if a street stub cannot be provided per the section listed in there, that a branching cul-de-sac length shall not exceed 1,450 linear feet. Staff recommends approval of this. The UDO lists the maximum length for a branching cul-de-sac at 1,200 feet. There's no connection option to the south because of the Army Corps land that we looked at just a minute ago. There's no option to connect across to the east because of the American Tobacco Trail that's there as well. The only option to connect is to the north in this location. And there's the possibility for an environmental feature there that may or may not be disturbed if a road connection is provided. This, if the environmental feature exists and a street stub cannot be provided to the north, then this would give the developer flexibility to build the type of development they need to. 250 feet is not particularly long. We spoke with the fire marshal and he has no problem with it. Fire and police are both on every rezoning review and have a chance to look at everything. And we received no concerns, no comments or questions from either office. And so we feel like this particular condition would be beneficial in general, provide them the flexibility they need. And just to clarify, a branching cul-de-sac is where two cul-de-sacs come together at a single point. They're measured from that single point of access. So say you have one road that comes and ends up in a cul-de-sac, and then you have another one that comes off of that same road and is another cul-de-sac. The point at which they connect to the main road network where there are multiple options, that is the point where we start to measure from. And the reason why we have this standard is it's typically a fire code issue. We just want to make sure that there aren't too many lots that are too far apart off of a larger transportation network. The final proposed change is condition 20. This development shall not be required to construct a street stub to the northern boundary line, specifically to the parcel indicated, due to potential future environmental impacts on that adjacent parcel. Staff recommends denial of this condition since it contradicts an important UDO connectivity standard and would remove any possibility of connecting this property with Legacy PUD to the north. There's a UDO section in section 7 that requires street stubs to landlocked parcels unless there's an environmental constraint that prevents that condition. There is a landlocked parcel along the northeastern portion of this property boundary. Per that UDO section, the planning director and water resources director are allowed to evaluate whether a street stub is required if an environmental feature is found. And that's specifically to make sure that we're not blanketly requiring something that has the potential to negatively impact the environment in town where it might not be useful. Just to give you an image, this dark blue section is a portion of the blue line, the streams that are found in the area, and this dark blue portion was what was evaluated when we were provided with a stream buffer analysis from the applicant's contractor. According to the USGS maps, there's also a section here and here, and those pale blue pieces were not evaluated at the time. And then, just as we were talking about, again, here's the Army Corps land, and this brownish tinge is the American Tobacco Trail. On the subdivision plans, there's a section of wetland kind of right through here. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it to overlay well on this, so I wasn't able to pull that on here. Staff has requested, it's hard to see, but there's a property line right here. Staff has requested that there be a stub street that come in this general area so that it only crosses this stream and provides access here to the east. A stream buffer evaluation was provided for that stream section in dark blue. The evaluation was completed while the property was within Wake County's jurisdiction. According to Wake County, the portion of the buffer that was evaluated did not meet the standards for either a perennial or intermittent stream, perennial requiring 100 feet, intermittent requiring 50. The evaluation was not submitted for those light blue stream sections on the Clement property, which are these properties to the north, or the Hatcher. Without an evaluation of those two stream areas, we just simply don't have enough information to determine if an environmental constraint actually exists here. The applicant is saying that because of these additional streams up here, that providing that stub street to the north would be too much of an environmental impact, and that they don't think they should need to do it. And we're saying that we just don't have the information for it. The UDO allows us to get additional information, and at this point, the planning director and water resources director just don't have enough information to evaluate it. Based on the previous Wake County assessment, there's no environmental constraint in that area, and because of that UDO section, denying this condition doesn't materially harm the subdivision. Instead, it requires the subdivision to follow the same process that every other development has to. If they bring us data or an evaluation in the future that says there is a stream here and this is buffered and required to be buffered by the state, the county, the town, any of those groups, then we'll reevaluate it, and there's a good chance they wouldn't have to provide that stub street. Just to give you an idea of the connectivity between Legacy and Hatcher. So I had to turn this 90 degrees, of course, because our monitors don't show it well otherwise. So over here's your north. This is the main road that Legacy proposed to build. This is what Transit Trail will connect to. It's actually going to be called Transit Trail. They also proposed a stub street here, roughly on the shared property line, so that it could, shift a little bit if needed. If condition number 20 is approved, then this connectivity here to this subdivision goes away entirely. The town has no way of making sure that the Hatcher development will actually connect any other way than via the Transit Trail. So Staff recommends denial of that condition. As proposed, staff cannot recommend approval of this rezoning. We do recommend approval of conditions 4 and 19. So 4 is the maximum built upon area correction. 19 is the maximum length of the branching cul-de-sac. We recommend denial of 15 and 20, 15 being the reduction of the street section, the asphalt width, and 20 being the removal of the street stub requirement to the north. On June 12th, Planning Board heard this and unanimously voted to recommend denial of the rezoning with condition 20 included in it. They did agree that conditions 4, 19, and 15 should be approved. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Our traffic engineer and the applicant are also here as well.
Are condition 19 and 20 related? So is one of the cul-de-sacs where the street stub would be?
One of the cul-de-sacs is where the street stub would be. We asked that 19 be included or be approved because if they provide us additional information in the future that says this is definitely a buffered stream here, then having condition 19 provides the flexibility to allow this development to continue forward.
But it would move forward without, like, because if the street stub gets built.
Then we don't have a problem because it's not a cul-de-sac.
Right, so they are related like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We consider condition 19 to be a backup plan in case they don't have to provide the stub street, in case they provide us with that information in the future.
But why do that now instead of when that information becomes available?
Simply because the applicant brought the rezoning in now. If the applicant wants to pull it and say that they'll bring in another rezoning later, they're welcome to do that, but it's a timing consideration. We're trying to make certain that we get the conditions that could be the most beneficial at this point, since they do have to pay a fee and there has to be additional staff review time.
But if the applicant gets more information and comes back to us with the information that says, like, no, there's no street stub required here, wouldn't they have to come back irrespectively? So would it be
They would
pair?
not. No, sir.
Okay, they would not, because it's UDO.
If we approve this.
If you approve 19, then they would not have to come back in the future.
If we don't approve
If you
19.
don't,
They would have to come back.
yes.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Mayo? Okay, thank you. All right, Patrick.
Good evening, council members. Mr. Mayor, my name is Patrick Kiernan, Jones & Knosson Engineering, 221 North Salem Street, and I'm here representing the applicant, JVI Building and Development. Thank you, Shelley, for all your ongoing hard work on this. It's been I know it's been a process, and in the spirit of the budgeting conversations earlier, I do apologize for bringing this back in front of you guys. I'm going to focus primarily on condition number 20. I think I'm going to focus mostly on the two that town staff is recommended denial on. So since the street stub one is kind of what was more recent in the conversations, I just want to touch on a couple things. This stream is straddling multiple lines here. There's the line of north of our project is Wake County, now we're Apex. And more importantly, it's straddling the line of, is it a stream or is it not a stream? Because where the stream runs is right along the northern boundary, and then it branches off and forks to the north. So our environmental consultant has gone out twice and looked at this stream. And just per Shelley's kind of advice earlier, she recommended maybe explaining the process a little bit on kind of how we go through the process. First things first is we'll hire an environmental consultant. They'll go out and they will delineate wetlands and streams, and they will try to determine, ahead of time whether or not something is going to be considered a stream or not, or a wetland. And then after that, whether it's Wake County or Apex, the governing body, they'll go out and they will do a stream buffer determination, and they will determine whether or not said feature may or may not need to be buffered. In speaking with our environmental consultant today, he assured me there's a difference between the county going out determining whether or not something should be buffered versus the Army Corps of Engineer later on in the process determining whether something is considered a jurisdictional stream, a waters of the U.S. So right now where we are with this project is our professional consultants went out and scored this stream. Is it slide here at the end? Oh, sorry. Perfect. So this sheet on the right, this is the score sheet that our consultant had done back in December of 2021. I included the one on the left just for the small exhibit that he showed, and the highlighted stream was the one that was analyzed.
Can you zoom in? Or is
Probably.
This,
Yeah, there we go.
can't see anything. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So SHA, again, it's, this is a rough sketch, but it essentially kind of runs along that property line. And here, bolded in red, was his score of 19.5. It is considered an intermittent stream if it scores between 19 and 30. If it's below 19, it's not. If it's above 19, it is. So that's one of those kind of lines that I was talking about we're straddling here. It's very close. The county did not think it was. Our consultants did. Normally, that would benefit us as a developer, but in this scenario, now we fall back on the UDO requirement, okay, we need to do a street stub. Well, if we were to propose a street stub, we fast forward a couple months, we're into our final design for the subdivision, we would need to go through the Army Corps of Engineers to determine whether or not, in their mind, their official determination, is this a stream or is it not a stream? Without that determination from them, we're guessing. And that's, there was a request to go out to the property to the north. Oh, I lost it again, Shelley. There we go. Yep. There was a request to have a buffer determination done on these two pale blue lines north of our property, but again, that's still Wake County. So that would be requesting the same folks that went out there right here to look at the same feature. And we don't see any reason that they would have viewed that any differently. We cannot get the Army Corps of Engineers to come do a site visit. It's small peanuts to them. They don't come out here and analyze things for potentially no impact. So if a street stub is not done, then we have no impacts on this project, on this whole project. And if we don't have any proposed impacts, we don't go through the Corps at all. So if this proposed condition is approved, then the Corps is never weighing in on whether it's a stream or if it's not a stream. If we have to do the street stub, then we could find out 2-3 months from now as we're going through permitting that the Corps comes back and says, well, yeah, we agree with your professional consultant that it is a stream. You would have to get it permitted, and there's a chance that they could deny that because it kind of falls back to the second part of our whole argument here of the necessity of the street stub. Yes, there's a landlocked parcel here, but it is all owned by the same family. It's all the exact same owner. The applicant has, discussed whether or not, would he even be willing to do a recombination and get rid of that landlocked parcel so it's all one. So landlocked, yes, technically it is, but in a scenario of future development, we very firmly believe that would all come in as one development. So the other reason is just simply interconnectivity between the projects. We have a little bit larger lots, average half-acre lots that connect to transit. Transit within 800 feet connects to Legacy PUD. Is that street stub, would it be beneficial for interconnectivity? Sure. But if it requires potentially 2 stream crossings, then we don't think that is the right thing to do. Our subdivision work, it can work either way. We can make it work. We just don't think it's the right thing to do. Even if the Corps came back and said, they might score it as an 18.5, considered it not intermittent. It still has hydrological characteristics as a stream does. We would still have to cross it with a road. There would be fill. We would have culvert pipes likely going across it. The avoidance and minimization that the Corps looks for, we wouldn't be able to do. And potentially, based on where that crossing comes in, like I said, there might be 2. Shelley mentioned crossing a little bit farther east, but that's where that wetland is, and that, the impacts get worse there. that's also the low spot where our stormwater pond naturally wants to be. So in our mind, this condition is not a make or break type scenario. This was to basically provide us a pathway to, because right now, in my mind, the town's staff's hands are tied in that the UDO says if there's a stream, then we don't have to do it. But the Wake County buffer said there is no stream. Well, we still think there might be a stream. So if we get the zoning condition approved, then no street sub is required, and we, close the book on it. So I know that gets a little bit technical, and it's a complicated situation just with where that stream is. We don't have access north of the property line. But at the end of the day, we think that it's better for the environment that street sub is not required, so we don't have to go down that road. Transit trail. In my mind, when we left here on January 10th, we had that condition approved the way that we wanted it to. Admittedly, there was several iterations of that condition leading up to that meeting, and between Shelley and I, it was a little bit of a miss. And it wasn't until after the fact that council came back and said, town staff came back and said, yes, no curb and gutters needed, but you still have to construct the full 30 feet. Now, in this meeting, when I stood up here, I spoke to the width that we were proposing. I specifically said 24 feet, 2 11-foot lanes, and a 2-foot paved shoulder with a 4-foot unpaved shoulder, equaling a total of 6-foot shoulder, 2-foot paved, 4-foot unpaved. And then furthermore, in our individual meetings with you all that were available at the time, including yourself, Mr. Mayor, we had provided this exact exhibit, whether it was on Teams or in person. And in this exhibit was this detail here showing the major collector street full section, and then our modified section calling out 24 feet, 2 11-foot lanes, 2-foot shoulder. So again, in my mind, the discussion that we had then was the same one that we're having today, which is, yes, this is a new road, but if this were an existing road, we're widening it, we would only be responsible for what's fair and equitable, which is our side of the road. To expect the developer to build close to 2,000 feet of a major collector street for ultimately 25 lots, including these two, it is an astronomical ask, the amount of cost, because it's also an increased pavement depth. So it's not only 6 feet wider, but the depth for a major collector is that much more than just a residential street. So we're simply proposing that until transit trail is extended or development comes into the west, that we only construct what is needed to safely get passengers from Olive Chapel Road into the development, which 22 feet of pavement meets, 24 feet of pavement exceeds the normal residential standard of 22 feet, plus it provides the shoulder. So I won't go all the way into the weeds on all the reasons there, because I know we already talked about it. I'm happy to answer any further questions on it. But that was the full transparency. This is why we're here tonight, was because of this. The other 3 conditions that arose were either consequences of moving forward into the master subdivision plan, or things that Shelley pointed out, as far as the impervious, hey, this wasn't worded the way that we intended it to be worded. Let's see if we can change this as well. So this is really this is the crux of the matter here tonight. The 24 feet is fully what we intended on proposing back in January 10th, and this condition just simply cleans that up and gets us to where we thought we were.
Patrick, what is a scenario in your mind if the school or whatever is up there and the property north redevelop years before the one to the west? So who's responsible for? I'm guessing the road would need to be updated before a school's built because of all the cars that are going to be on there. So what happens? Is it the town's responsibility to do that if you guys are kind of long gone from this?
So do you want to take a stab at that? I can make my guess.
So it depends on what we're talking about. If the school so as y'all remember, this portion was allocated as a school site in the future. Wake County has not purchased it. They're still wanting the road to be connected. But if that develops as a school, then the school system is not required to pay for any road improvements at all. The town or the state, whoever makes that requirement happen, and whoever's road it belongs to, is required to reimburse them 100% for all of the road costs. So if this road is built to here and we need it to connect through the Clement property, then someone would be required to do condemnation if the Clements are not willing to sell us the right-of-way. Now, nobody is saying that that's actually going to happen. I'm just pointing that out there. I'm just saying if that was the case.
I think
That's a different
If,
matter.
and
right?
at that point, then if it's the town making that requirement, the town would have to pay for it. If this parcel comes in and the Clements decide that they want to redevelop, then the developer who is redeveloping that parcel would actually have to pay for the road connection through here. As far as the widening goes, the widening is likely only to be needed, and Russell can actually correct me on this because I may be wrong, but the widening is likely to only be required when this comes in. To the best of my knowledge, it would not necessarily be required. We'd have to see a TIA.
there are many schools that are not on major collectors.
Lots and lots of them.
Yes, like I can't think of any, well, maybe Apex High, but most schools aren't necessarily going to require that to be the full major collector standard for elementary school.
And there are many, many schools in Wake County that are on purely residential streets at this point. It's not an ideal situation, but it is the case. So it's possible that that widening would occur. If the widening is required by the town in order for the school to happen, the town would have to pay for that. If it's required by the state, which is unlikely since it probably won't be a state road, then it would have to be paid for by the state.
And to be clear, a school is a long way off, right? Like, they haven't purchased the property yet. Once they purchase it, it has to go on their 7-year CIP. It's probably at least 7 years away. So we're talking distant future for them to begin the project, another year of planning. Construction may start in a decade. Like, is this roughly the timeline we're looking at? So this is not a tomorrow thing. And in that interim period, if these intervening properties develop, then the problem may not be there. I don't think we would need to upgrade the street or finish the other half of the street because the school is there. Clearly the connection needs to be there for the school to work. I think that's the holdup.
But the property to the west could, who knows when that's going to redevelop though, right? The school could be there for a long time.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes. And I mean, I think once the traffic counts hit a point that our staff says this now needs to be a major collector, then they would require it. But I think the estimation is the school in of itself is not going to require it to say this has to be 30 feet. Okay.
What is the section in red that Legacy is developing? Is that being built to major collector standards?
Yes, sir. This portion is being split between this owner here and the Legacy Station. And then this portion will be built by Legacy Station up to this point. And then when this comes in, depending on what happens, the rest of this will be built.
So, Mr. Kiernan, the difference between, kind of going back to the interlinkage between condition 19 and 20, I hear the environmental possibility of something might be there. But why are you objecting? Because at the end of the day, if it's either a cul-de-sac or a street stop, wouldn't it be the same effect for you, like in the development?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So, like, in one scenario, you're building a cul-de-sac, and the other one, you're building a stub, right? Isn't that one and the same thing? Like, it's just that, it's a little bit rounder, or are you giving up a lot? Like, so what is it, like, what is the objection behind stubbing out that street, pending more information?
The objection is not incredibly strong from our end. It is simply, if a street stub is required there, we feel, based on our conversations with our consultants that we've hired, that there's going to be, in our mind, unnecessary stream crossings. We can make the layout work. If that street stub, ultimately, if the, council's preference is not to approve that condition, we would pull that condition here tonight before it gets to any vote of denial. Again, transit trail is why we're here. this is a little bit secondary, and I do want to be upfront about that. It gets tricky with the timing because of the Corps, because we don't have any other permits or any other impacts. We otherwise aren't going to the Corps for their analysis. So we don't have what's called a jurisdictional determination from the Corps, because we only get that if we submit for permitting. So there is this giant unknown for us for the next couple months until we get, farther past master subdivision plan into construction drawings. We wouldn't have that determination until we actually apply for permits with the Corps of Engineers. And at that point, we could come to realize that either A, they say, that was not an advisable street stub, or they allow the street stub, they allow the permits, but now there might be mitigation being paid for. There might be other just environmental impacts. Again, stream or no stream, there are clearly characteristics of that feature that act like a stream.
And so when we put a street stub in, right, and we determine that there's environmental impact beyond what we believe is reasonable, like, we're not obligated to build out that street or
we would then
I know
following,
typically, like, when a developer would come into the north, we would require them to build to that street stub. But if there's an environmental area that gets in the way, we don't have to require that.
I think not to jump in here, but I think that we would definitively determine if there is or isn't an environmental feature before they had to build the street sub.
Yeah, so
It's just a matter of time.
I'm just wondering why this is such a timing issue for you, right? Why not wait a couple of months, get the information that everybody's asking for, and then have the conversation?
It's time and money. It's it's not just a matter of a couple months. It's us going through several months worth of design for the street stub, and then we might come to find out at that point in time, hey, there's a stream, we don't want the street stub. And then, depending on staff's determination, we might be required to go back to master subdivision plan, reopen that can of worms. That might be another couple months, then go back into CDs. So there's a lot of time and money associated with this, and we don't have that certainty without this zoning condition. So that's really, the crux of the matter. It's not we're trying to get out of providing documentation that we could just get with more time. It's we can't get there without really going farther into the process and spending time and money on that before we know for sure. Draw that Welland.
Yes, so I just wanted to, I've done my best to sketch on here roughly the items that we're talking about. Part of the reason that the concern about stub street versus cul-de-sac has come up, Mr. Zegerman, is that a stub street would actually require them to go across this stream or pretty close up to it, and might potentially trigger additional impacts, impacts to the wetlands. Whereas if they're not required to provide a stub street, then roughly the cul-de-sacs would end here and here. That's very rough at this point, but we're looking at least an extra 100 to 200 linear feet of road, and that's one of the bigger things. And because the wetlands are roughly in this area, to get that crossing, you would probably have additional grading that might impact those wetlands. So that's part of the contention between staff and the applicant, and that's why we've been going back and forth.
Okay, let me boil it down. Is this a question of money, or is this a question of environmental impact?
It's a combination of the two, is my understanding, and timing. Timing and money seem to be the pressing concerns at the moment. The developer would like to get this road in particular started, the transit trail, and then also have the ability to move forward with his subdivision plan and construction drawings for the subdivision. And since there are no meetings in July, it would require them to, if this had been bumped in order to accommodate additional time, it would have required waiting until August. But staff is concerned about environmental impacts, and so is the developer as well.
But the time and money issue is what's pressing the conversation.
So for the developer, to Shelley's point, time is really the essence here. He's ready to go in. He has given me authority tonight to, if this became something that could create months and months and months of that, timing delay down the road because of permitting and everything, to just pull the condition and we just do the street sub and move on so that we can get our plans approved right now. I firmly believe, regardless of if it's a 19.5 or an 18.5, that the need for the street stub, it's not paramount. It's not an imperative street stub to where is the potential of a potential wetland impact, potentially 2 stream impacts, or even if it's just 1 stream impact, is it an avoidable impact? And I think so. I think it's the right thing to do to avoid it, for the sake of the environment. On the other hand, if you all disagree, then we pull it and we, go through the process and.
Okay. Question for Russell. Is this street stop on our master plan, transit master plan? Is there a street planned here in the future? Or are we just adding this because it seems like a good idea right now?
It's a neighborhood street stub, so typically required per the UDO, not specifically called out on the transportation plan.
Right.
If the, while you're here, Russ, if the property owner to the north did go through a recombination, would they then be able to submit a master subdivision plan with the street sub and you guys would approve it at that point? No?
There's a, my apologies, I actually had to ask exactly this question about 2 weeks ago. So there's actually a separate UDO requirement that says that connectivity should be pursued with certain requirements. And so there would still be a street stub required. It just wouldn't necessarily have to point at the landlocked parcel that the Clements own. It could point at either of the 2 properties to the north.
So transit trail of itself is not enough connectivity.
It is not enough connectivity, no,
You
sir.
need a second one no matter what.
Yes, sir. According to the UDO. Again, that the same section that allows the planning director and the water resources director to evaluate for environmental features could also waive that section if one or more of these pale blue streams is identified as being buffered.
Okay. But if we approve condition 20, I'm confused now. If we approve condition 20 as presented today, would the UDO still currently require a second street stub, just not to the pin listed on the other property?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
So it sounds like the only way to get the information that.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you do not approve, I apologize, I misheard you. If you do approve condition 20,
yes,
then no street stub to the north would be required.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I guess I'm
I
confused
misspoke.
because I understand the length of the cul-de-sac and such. Why would it not be required for the other reason you brought up about connectivity? Because this condition 20 says specifically pin, 722026366. Does that not still leave open the possibility of another substreet to the adjacent pin to the west?
It would be better just to say northern boundary line and not include a pin. That's correct. The whole point is they don't want to have to go to the Army Corps. If they get this condition, they don't have to go to the Army Corps, then they don't have to find out if it's a buffered stream or not.
So the information we have says there's no buffered streams there, right? So that's what the Wake County plans are saying, right? Now you send an engineer out there, he says, yeah, it might be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so based on the might be, we're asking for an exception. Okay.
Simple as that.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, I got questions about transit trail. So I wasn't here, well, I was on the other side of the bench for this zoning hearing. So the easement for this road, is that entirely on your property?
Yes.
So any future development to the west, would we be able to require that developer to develop a road that is not on their property?
So the issue would be if the improvements were not constructed, you already have a zoning condition that was approved last time to omit curb from the west side of the road. So we do have basic standards in the UDO that require for development frontage to install curb and gutter and sidewalk. It really depends on what's proposed over there, if we get a subdivision that's non-exempt, we can require the additional widening, that 6 feet and curb and gutter and sidewalk based on our transportation plan, but it really depends on what's proposed over there. If we get an exempt type subdivision, something that doesn't fall under those UDO requirements, then we might not be able to get those improvements done. And also, if it all doesn't come in together, you might get pieces of it. So it's really hard to
that is
decide.
exactly my concern, right? And so there's two things going on here. There's this specific ask and the specific conditions, the properties to the west, which happen to be a single owner. But we're setting a precedent for any other developer, with a similar situation where that may not be the case. And so if this land starts developing one piece at a time, and we're going to end up with a 30-foot piece of road, then back to 24, then back to 30, right? It's up to the town now to step in and complete that road through condemnation of private property and bearing the cost of it all, right? And so I'm really concerned about granting an exception here to our standards, to what was documented and approved, right? The fact that it was an oopsie and not presented the same way as it was documented, I think is a major failure on the part of the developer, right? It's like these are not cheap projects, and to misrepresent what is documented versus what is actually being said in words. I don't think that we as a town have the responsibility to accommodate that, right? We as a council, we are responsible for the future connectivity within our town, right? The transit plans, the UDO, like all these things are developed over years and years and years with feedback from everybody involved, residents and all that. And to make an exception to that because this happens to be a smaller development and the cost of it is higher than what the developer would like to see, frankly, is not my problem, right? My responsibility is for the future development of the town and transit around town. The major development issue that we face is transit, right? Everybody will tell you that. And so if we continue to make these exceptions and not build roads to the standards that are required, we're just setting ourselves up for the exact same problems to perpetuate, in the years and decades to come. And I just don't think that's the right call. I hear you about what is fair and equitable, right? This is a large ask for this particular development. But frankly, when the property was bought and the presentations were made back in January, right? This was a known fact and should have been factored in. I'm not here to maximize developer profit, right? I'm here to maximize the transit opportunities throughout town. And so with that in mind, right, I don't like the removal of condition 20 and I don't like the amendment of condition 15.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for presenting that. Any more questions for the applicant?
I have one other question.
Okay.
Can we go to the list of the conditions again?
Yeah.
And this is kind of a minor point. We've talked a lot about 15 and 20.
So I can switch between.
There was a slide that had all 4 of them. I thought.
Gives you a
that one right there, yeah. So condition 19, increase max length of branch and cul-de-sac. Would the developer consider committing to putting in sprinkler systems on the homes that are beyond our existing maximum length for those cul-de-sacs, if we approved an increase in the length?
Installing sprinkler systems in the homes beyond
1,200 feet, as the UDO requires today, as a mitigation to the increased cul-de-sac length.
I'm not sure I can make that commitment right now. I think he would sooner try to put the street stub in. I mean, I think the potential cost there would be worth exploring, approaching that property owner to the north and doing a recombination or something and putting, we could have a street stub, technically and meet UDO, we could have a street stub here if that was not the landlocked parcel. If that property owner was willing to recombine his property and move that landlocked parcel, I mean, I think the 200 feet is so minimal, compared to the potential cost of sprinkler systems in the homes. I don't know enough about what that adds to home construction. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here tonight. I don't think that's something that I can commit to tonight. I think because again, if the street stub is there, then the branching cul-de-sac condition goes away, and we're not even out of compliance on that.
Right.
If that makes sense.
All right.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Gerson.
Sure.
All right, we move now to open up the public hearing on this item. No one has signed up to speak for comments. We'll close it. Discussion, council.
I think I've said my piece, right? So with condition 20 removed, we also remove condition 19 because that becomes a non-issue. And I'm not in favor of condition number 15. So I'm willing, to like the 60% is a reasonable amendment, but the other three I can go for.
Is that a motion?
Oh,
No, discussion.
yeah.
So I'll add, it was my understanding when we approved this rezoning before that we were approving the condition as presented for condition 15 here. That was my intention. That's what I thought we did. So I supported it then, and I feel like line it up here. So the problem is they're different in the staff report. So in the staff report says 19 is the built upon area and 4 is the street stuff. That's why I got confused. But regardless, the numbering is different in our packet.
I apologize.
It's okay. That's why I was looking weird at it, because I'm trying to want to give the numbers of things. So regarding condition 15, reduction typical street section, if you look back at the conversation, I thought that's what we were approving. So I understand what you're saying, Councilman Zimmerman, and to me, the discussion was about whether to treat the existing, private transit trail as an existing road versus a new road. If you consider it an existing road, which currently we don't, we're not interpreting as an existing road, but if we did, they would be required to do what the rezoning is. So I feel like I can't change my mind now, so I'm going to support that condition. I'm more concerned, obviously the built upon area is fine. Regarding the street sub connection, I'm torn on this. Like, I hear what we're saying about the environmental impacts. It's such a terrible precedent to set is what I worry about. We have to we care about interconnectivity. We want to make stub streets. We think there might be a stream here, so let's not do it. I think everyone will be requesting that now going forward if we don't provide the documentation for it, for reason to do it. And we have a process to remove that. We have the ability, for the planning director to say, yeah, this is not feasible, don't do it. I'm not sure that deviating from that process is a good idea because of the precedent that it'll set with our other cases.
Before we move on, thank you for that. Mr. Kiernan, do you have something you want to say?
Yes, sir. With all that said in the discussion, if we could just go ahead and remove condition number 20 from this altogether, then that would be, if that helps the proposal at all. In my mind, I think we would still want condition number 19 in there because, again, if we come to find out in a few months that it is in fact a stream, we don't want the street stub. Nobody does stormwater. Nobody wants it, and we don't have the street stub. Then are we back to having the branching cul-de-sac issue? So we would like to leave that in there. The street stub, if that is giving the most heartache here, then we'll accept the timing consequence there, and we'll move on.
Okay. Councilman Gray, you have anything?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with the idea of not having condition 20. It was my understanding when this was originally presented that what we are now seeing as condition 15 was in fact the overall intent, and I have a hard time kind of changing my mind and backing out of my word is my word, so I'm still there. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
And I, last time I voted against it because I thought you needed a compelling reason to change the land use in this area, and I didn't think the development met that condition of a compelling development, mostly because of transportation-related issues, and I didn't know the extent of the transit trail minimization, what it was going to mean later. I thought it'd be a little bit easier than that. So I think this is making it worse. I'm still no.
Motion to approve with all conditions except for condition 20.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All right, ready for the vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
No.
All right, my vote is aye. Motion carries. All right, move to, can we take a 10-minute recess? Yeah. All right, so we'll be back at 8:25. We in recess for 10. in session. We'll move now to public hearing 6, rezoning case 23 CZ 11, Smith Farm Phase 5 PUD Amendment. Ms. Mayo.
Hi, everybody. So you've already hit the nail on the head, Smith Farm Phase 5. This is located on the kind of northwestern portion of the town's jurisdiction. This is the portion of Smith Farm that abuts 64, most of it. There are also 2 additional parcels that are not a part of this. This rezoning is for approximately 30 acres and is simply to amend the buffer condition for this portion of Smith Farm. It is currently zoned planned unit development conditional zoning. It will stay planned unit development conditional zoning. It is compliant with the 2045 land use map. In this image, because this is dependent partially on Sweetwater Phase 10, this is actually pulled from the Sweetwater construction drawings. So the purple part is what you're actually rezoning, and the other portion is Sweetwater Phase 10. There's a piece right here that is not part of Smith Farm, so it is not a portion of this zoning. It's also not impacted by what we're about to talk about. During the review of the minor site plan for Phase 10 of Sweetwater, Transportation Planning staff requested that the developer extend Ingold Drive, which is this road here. This is a private drive, and they requested they extend that west to connect to the future development in Smith Farm Phase 5. This is the portion that's non-residential. It's possible for them to have some apartments up there, but it's always been intended to be non-residential. This request was made per the UDO. The section says that all non-residential and or multifamily sites proposed along a thoroughfare shall be required to dedicate vehicular cross-access to adjacent non-residential and or multifamily sites. So Richardson Road is our thoroughfare, and this requires a cross-access easement to the adjacent non-residential section. There's some significant topography differences between these 2 pieces. There's actually kind of a ridge on each side and then a gully almost, or a ravine between the 2. And Sweetwater's plans initially showed a 20-foot tall retaining wall where Ingold Drive will extend. That can be seen with difficulty on this kind of gray line section here. That wraps around the SCM and then travels north along the back of this property line here. In order to accommodate staff's request, the Sweetwater developers are going to need to grade onto the adjacent Smith Farm property. Depending on the future uses for this part of the subdivision, a buffer may be required along that shared property line. We don't have any future plans of development for that part of Smith Farm yet, so we don't know if a buffer is going to be required or not. The UDO does prohibit grading within required buffers in RCA though, and this rezoning request is intended to permit that grading and private road extension while allowing the area to be counted towards the required buffers in RCA for Smith Farm. The existing phrasing for the Smith Farm design control section for buffers states all perimeter buffers shall be provided in accordance with the Apex UDO. The applicant is proposing the following language. It says to address the physical challenges with providing connectivity between Smith Farm and Sweetwater, the PUD shall permit the eastern perimeter buffer adjacent to the 2 property IDs listed to be graded. Such buffer shall be replanted at the time of development and still count as RCA if a future land use requires a perimeter buffer under the UDO. The buffer type shall be in accordance with the town's buffer table, and in no case shall the buffer exceed 20 feet in width. The seed and plant species used to stabilize the disturbed graded area and any required replanting shall be in accordance with the UDO, with the Town of Apex Design and Development Manual. No other amendments are requested. This proposal went before the town's Environmental Advisory Board on April 20th. The sole recommendation from the board was that the graded buffer be revegetated after grading to a minimum type B buffer standard, except in areas where the road will cross the buffer. Now, what the board spoke about when they were discussing it was an immediate replanting. They did not include that in their language. Staff didn't feel comfortable amending that language after it was approved by the board, but it seemed that their discussion was intended to say that that would be replanted immediately after the grading. Planning board heard this at their meeting a couple weeks ago on the 13th and unanimously voted to recommend approval as presented by the applicant. That report is attached to your staff report, and planning staff recommends approval as proposed as well. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is also here as well. Yes, sir.
One quick question with regard to the staff recommendation. Is that recommendation for approval with the EAB's kind of recommendation for immediate planting?
No, sir, it's as presented by the applicant. So part of that is simply because without a proposed use for that site in the future, we have no idea what that buffer might be. Generally, we would expect it to be no more than a 20-foot type B buffer. Looking at most of the approved uses on that table, if there are similar uses next to each other though, so for example, this part of Sweetwater is supposed to be retail and grocery stores. If there are retail and grocery stores next door to it, that could be no buffer at all. And at this point, staff just simply doesn't feel that we can make a recommendation for an immediate replanting. It will have to, however, be seeded and stabilized after the grading is done, and that is required to be done immediately after the grading is completed. So those species will come from the town's design development manual.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I know I went a little extra on that one.
You good?
Yeah, I guess the only part of this that seems a little incongruent is the requirement that it still counts as an RCA. So if we have no buffer or a type D buffer or something, that'll still count as an RCA for Sweetwater or for Smith Farm?
If there's no buffer, then it would not. Simply because if there's no buffer, then there's no buffer there to count towards the RCA.
Yeah, the RCA has a separate standard for what you need to plant to, right?
It does.
If you're not like a pond or something.
Right.
So
Yes,
this
sir.
would exempt them from that standard, and they'd only have to meet the buffer requirement.
Yes, sir.
And we're talking about this one small area around the road and not the entire.
So at this point, I'm not certain how far it's going to extend. The applicant can address that a little more conclusively. But the way the condition is worded is it would allow any grading along this portion, just these two parcels and just this eastern buffer within Smith Farm, not the other two parcels that aren't a part of this, and not any other of the buffers, just this one side. But yes, sir.
Okay.
We do have situations, however, where there might be existing sparse vegetation within a buffer, and that buffer is only required to be a type E, and as long as that's preserved, then that's still allowed to count towards their RCA requirement. So it's different than that, but it's not completely outside of the norm for what we see occasionally.
Well, in this case, it's vegetated currently, so
It is.
if it were an RCA, it would have to be maintained as it is today.
Yes, sir. I'm simply saying this, the density isn't 100% different than what we have seen in the past on occasion. But yes.
Other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Gilbert, members of Town Council, Peter Knosson, Jones Knosson Engineering, 221, excuse me, North Salem Street. I'm here representing the owners for these parcels where we are requesting PUD amendment to remove the buffer and grade within it, and then to replant according with the UDO based on use in the future. Just to let you know, we were approached, my client was, by the Sweetwater folks, the development team, to make this accommodation to allow grading within the buffer. We're in agreement with it. We believe it helps them. It helps their site plan with the extension of Ingold Drive to this property to allow that connection, as Shelley mentioned, and thank you for your presentation. There is about a 20-foot wall, retaining wall, that basically allows that to be removed and that road to be extended. As far as the extent of the grading, I did see a rough grading plan from the Sweetwater team, and it basically shows grading essentially from this northern portion all the way through Ingold Drive and then significantly past. This is their stormwater pond. So it allows this retaining wall here to be removed basically to about their pond. Again, we're accommodating them and their site plan, and we have no issues with it. We have no problem replanting the buffer if it's required by the UDO. So hopefully this is a straightforward request. The only thing I would add, what I've heard, I don't know if this is fact or not, but I do believe that the Sweetwater folks, they had a buffer once upon a time on their property and came in with a rezoning and removed their buffer, I believe, to accommodate their site. So we're not really asking for any more than what was done for them. Maybe Shelley or maybe some of the staff can might be able to address that, but that's my understanding.
All right. Thank you.
I believe that's correct, but I was not the planner assigned to that. I do think that I spoke with Amanda Bunce, the planner who was assigned, and she did confirm that at the planning board meeting.
Yeah, that's correct. They did come back through, and just even prior history, Sweetwater and Smith Farm came in around the same time, and the council at the time actually admonished both developers that they weren't working together on their commercial piece. And so staff was actually the one that told Sweetwater, you need to talk to Smith Farm's developer and try to work together, because the last thing we want is a retaining wall, a gully, and another retaining wall, and people are looking across going, I could just drive there, but I can't get there. And so we actually suggested that they work together, and it's just one of those things that if, in order to make the topography work, we need to grade through this area. So.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant? All right, we're good, thank you. All right, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. We have George and Ella Bickle. Come on up if you want to. Do you want to speak tonight?
No, I'll let Mark. No, our concern is on the Our concern is on the other side, not on the Sweetwater side, but we live on Air Park Drive, which is on the runway. Yeah. Our concern is what kind of a buffer are we gonna have on this side?
I would love to answer that question for you right now, but until I know what they propose over here, I don't have an answer for you. This rezoning is only going to impact this portion over here on the east. It will not impact your buffer at all.
Do you know if we even have a buffer on this?
This is supposed to be non-residential, and you have large lot, single family homes, so I think so, yes. I would be very much surprised if there is not one.
Okay.
Shelley, there's a table in the UDO that talks about default buffers between uses. Is that right?
Yeah, the zoning condition is that the UDO controls the buffer, and so it just depends on what's proposed. There will definitely be a buffer.
In general, intense uses next to residential has larger and thicker buffers in general, right?
It does, it does. I can look it up and let you know what it most likely would be.
15 and 40 feet, somewhere in there.
15 to 40?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But right now you don't have a plan for what's going in there.
Correct.
It-
Yes, sir. The developer doesn't know yet. He
Okay.
doesn't know what he's gonna do with it. It might not develop for another 5, 10, 15 years. It might come in tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Within the next 6 months. I don't know.
Well, 15 years, I'm not going to worry about.
15 years, I'm not gonna worry about it.
But we were concerned if they started taking the trees down and everything along this line, it's going to mess up.
I understand what you mean. I don't have any plans for it at the moment, and I spoke with the developer within the last 6 months, and he doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay. He spoke to the developer today, so
Okay.
I thought I'd check with him.
Oh, okay.
I'll talk to you outside afterwards.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bickle.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. All right. Thank you, Ms. Mayo. All right. All right, we'll close public hearing for this item. It's back to council.
I do want to make a comment here because I was present at the Environmental Planning Committee, or the Environmental Advisory Committee. It was abundantly, so first of all, there was no grading plan available at that time, and there was discussion about keeping the grading along that property line, as minimal as possible. What we just heard tonight was that a substantial portion of that property line will potentially be regraded, and therefore existing vegetation that would presumably a future buffer being removed. So that was not known at the time that the environmental committee looked at this. Also, what was discussed, and then Ms. Mayo just articulated that, was the replanting was in our discussion clearly stated as being immediate following the regrading, and that's not just grassing it over and stabilizing the soil until a plan for the Smith Farm PUD would be developed.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
I'm uncomfortable with committing to allowing a buffer to count as UDO without at least some assurance that the buffer type will be something substantial, more than an E. Like if we were to commit to a B, then I'd be fine with it, regardless of the use mismatch here. Because it could be an A, it could be, well, probably not an A, but it could be anywhere, the whole range. We don't know what's going to go on there.
And during the previous discussion, grade B buffer was discussed. The replanting as a grade B buffer.
Okay.
And specifically the fact that we're asking this to count as RCA. This is a big stretch of land here.
Right.
Like it doesn't sound like RCA if it's just going to be
if it's just going to be saplings.
A grass on a hill.
Right.
I guess this is my request to the applicant. Would you consider committing to a B-type buffer here?
We're committing to replant if the UDO requires based on the use. I cannot agree to plant a buffer if it's not required. I'm not at liberty to do that. As I said, this is an owner who is trying to be a good neighbor and accommodating a site plan. So that's our approach and our goal.
So it feels a little bit weird to me that you are here representing Smith Farm, but the Sweetwater developer is not here to talk because they're the ones developing the grading plan, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so
but the issue is the extension of Ingold Drive.
Right.
Without removal of that retaining wall, as we've said, it's 20 foot high. You're not going to have any kind of road connection. So it is accommodating their site and the wish of the town to have that access.
Right. Yeah, so I understand the connectivity issue, and I'm supportive of the connectivity issue. What I'm uncomfortable with is it feels like a little bit like, we gave Sweetwater an inch and a finger they took a hand, right? Where we talked about doing grading to accommodate that road connection, But now that the initial grading plan is coming back, it looks like an extensive portion of that whole boundary, which is not what was understood when we looked at this previously. So I'm a little confused here as to why this is your responsibility to present this instead of Sweetwater. I understand it's your property, right, that we're talking about, right? But without having Sweetwater present to articulate their actual plan, I find this very hard to vote on.
Is Sweetwater paying for this whole thing? Can I ask that? Is this a Sweetwater project and you're just representing the applicant as a property owner, but Sweetwater's going to do the grading, they're going to do the whole thing, and you're just here?
I have no knowledge of the agreements that have been made. In fact, when I talked to Staley Smith, who's one of the owners, they're still talking back and forth. As far as language in cross-access, there's going to have to be a cross-access easement. There's going to be temporary construction easements that are going to have to be worked out. We're here just to get the ability to grade within the buffer to allow the removal of the wall, so we can get the cross-access that's required and needed.
Okay. We have.
Question about the zoning condition. Is the zoning condition that you're gonna follow the UDO?
Yes.
So just to clarify for you all, that means that there's a grocery store going on Sweetwater. So if a retail store goes in on Smith Farm, there is no buffer required. So it will not count as RCA. There's no buffer, no RCA. The only instance that we're really talking about is if they put apartments next to the grocery store. A 20-foot type A buffer is required by the UDO, and they will put that in.
Yes.
And they're just asking that it be allowed to count as RCA.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you.
All right. Any more discussion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Gray.
Second.
Second, Gant. All right, we'll move to the.
Quick comment, if you were mad about growth in Apex, that was the 32nd rezoning in 2015. So just a comment on the craziness back then. But anyway.
Yes, sir.
I'd make that note as well.
All right. All right, hearing no more discussion, we'll go ahead and take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, another split vote. All right, I'm going to vote aye. All right, thank you. All right, moving now to.
I hope those who always say that this entire panel only thinks the same way, I hope they're watching tonight.
They're not,
I hope they're watching tonight.
don't watch this. No.
Yeah. All right, moving now to new business, Affordable Housing Zoning Incentive Policy Procedures Manual. Mr. Town Manager, Assistant Town Manager Mitra John, and Consultant Aaron Sorrell.
Good evening. The new business that is presented to you for consideration and approval is the Affordable Housing Zoning Incentive Policy Procedures Manual. Just want to let you know that all of the staff that worked on this policy over the last 18 months, the planning team, Diane Ken and her team, Michael Linsenmeyer, Senior Housing Specialist, and of course, Aaron Sorrell, our consultant, which was hired last fall. And many kudos to the staff and Aaron Sorrell and the Housing Advisory Board. You heard from Mr. Phil Welch, the chairman, who got us to this point today. So thanks to them. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sorrell, who is going to go over the highlights of the policy and any questions, comments, and concerns that you may have regarding the policy. Michael will also chime in and looking for Diane to answer any questions as well. So we're excited to be here tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Aaron Sorrell with Community Planning Insights. I apologize for the water, but my allergies are killing me. So
good, man.
So, just gonna briefly walk through the highlights here. So, as Dimitri had mentioned, this policy is an accumulation of over 18 months of of discussions with the development community, members of HAB, staff research into best practices, and then significant and thoughtful deliberations amongst the Housing Advisory Board members. So part of this really germinated as from the recommendation of the Affordable Housing Plan, which was passed by this board in February 1st of 2021. So the incentive policy outlines is a menu of zoning incentives, 6 of them to be specific, that are designed to allow a developer to tailor to the unique needs of the specific site. And we've seen 3 examples today of significantly different sites and unique circumstances. It's a voluntary policy. The menu of zoning incentives may include rezoning to a higher density district, density bonuses, adjustments to the development standards such as height and yard requirements, a resource conservation area reduction of up to 10%, parking reductions, or then sidewalk reductions in a PUD CZ rezoning application. So this is a flexible approach, and it's designed to be a flexible approach to encourage developers to utilize these incentives to accelerate the construction of long-term affordable housing. The Planning Board and HAB both voted to approve the policy and recommends adoption by the Town Council. So the policy, again, is designed to create housing that's targeted to the needs outlined in the Affordable Housing Plan, as well as address the needs of Apex workforce. Developers have a minimum threshold and maximum housing or household income limits that they have to prescribe by, as well as maximum sales prices and an affordability term. What was discussed and ultimately settled upon was that the minimum unit size threshold is 20 lots or units. That was important because the development community was concerned that this remain voluntary and not become prescriptive. So there is a threshold, a minimum threshold to where this applies. The minimum affordable housing units required were 5% of the total lots or units. As far as the maximum AMI, and Phil mentioned it earlier today, ownership is up to 135% AMI, which works out to about $158,000 for a household of 4 for ownership, and rental is up to 100% AMI, which again is $117,000 for a 4-person household. As far as the minimum affordability term, it's 20 years for ownership, and it's negotiated for rental based on income targeting. And the idea is that the deeper the subsidy or the deeper that the rents are targeted, the term will be less because of the rent loss to the overall project. What we anticipate happening is for those deep subsidy projects that we're probably going to come in with other types of financing like low-income housing tax credits or other state funds. The affordability term would be the minimum prescribed by whatever that financing agency is a part of it. So if it's a low-income housing tax credit, it's the 15-year initial plus the extended use agreement of an additional 15 years. These affordable AMI percentages were based on several considerations. One, the needs that were outlined in the Affordable Housing Plan for targeting incomes for less than 60% AMI, but then also looking at the needs of Apex's workforce. We did a survey of wages for Wake County teachers, as well as first responder wages for both Apex Fire, Apex Police. And particularly on the rental side, when you look at the wages for an entry-level police officer or an entry-level firefighter, assuming just modest overtime and it comes with the job, they would have exceeded the original policy recommendation of 60% AMI, which is why we raised it to 100% AMI, because there's a feeling amongst many members of the HAB that not only do we need to encourage affordable housing for low and moderate income residents, but also address the workforce needs of our first responder staff, teachers, and those individuals serving our community. The process, as I mentioned, it's It's a voluntary incentives that are negotiated between the developer and staff when they're seeking entitlements during the rezoning process or the development process. Developers who wish to utilize the incentives outlined in the policy are going to work closely with staff, and every site is going to be different. They have unique topography, they have unique needs, the product needs are going to be different. So there's going to be a back and forth on crafting the best compromise between the incentives that the developer wants and the affordable housing units that the town needs. And once that number is kind of negotiated, it will go through the planning process. If the developer does decide to move forward with creating affordable housing units, because like I said, this is a voluntary policy, they will submit a formal application that describes the type of development, the income subsidies or the income targeting, the affordable period that they are going to try for, as well as the various incentives that they are requesting. Again, there will be a conversation between planning staff, housing staff, and the developer as the sausage is made before it finally works through the process with the planning board and then town council as part of the rezoning or development process approval. And once it's approved by either the planning commission or planning board or the town council, there will be restrictive covenants placed on the land to ensure those affordability requirements and those limits. Additionally, the policy, and this was really a statement of strong desire from HAB. It's important to note that this policy is a living document. It is intended to come back and look at annually to make sure that it's meeting the intent of targeting those subsidies, that they are actually delivering affordable housing product, that the assumptions that we think are going to happen actually occur, and that we need to be able to make adjustments accordingly after evaluation with the Housing Advisory Board, the Planning Board, this council, and the policy is set up to be flexible and to make those adjustments as needed, and ultimately to maximize the effectiveness of these incentives. So again, the Planning Board and HAB have approved the policy and recommend approval by adoption by the Town Council. So I breezed through this because it's been a long night.
We appreciate that. All right,
Do you have questions of me?
Mr. Sorrell.
I had a couple. One is about the sidewalks.
Yep.
Reduction. So I hate that section, by the way. I see sidewalks as a community benefit, just like I see affordable housing. And that trade-off, I don't know, is clear cut to me. So the question is, was that a developer initiated ask? And because it seems like it's not going to save that much money to not do sidewalks on one side of the road. So like, can you describe a little bit that the sidewalk discussion in developing this?
I think that's
document?
a question for me, and I had sent, I don't know if you got the email.
I saw the email. I had some language I wanted to change, but just in general, the discussion about sidewalks, was that a developer just in the 18 months or whatever?
It was in the email. So basically, it came from staff, and the reason it came from staff is that the reduction in sidewalks is one of the cost-saving things that you all have approved in the past. You approved Casena Lane, which was a PUD without sidewalks.
That one didn't have sidewalks going to it, so it made sense.
It didn't, but in the rural transition area, it's not going to have sidewalks going to it either. It's very comparable, even though it's in a different location. The rural transition area is not going to have sidewalks. They're out in the county.
In that case, it was a existing neighborhood without sidewalks.
It was.
I assume this will be woods turn into neighborhoods mostly, and sidewalks will get there eventually.
They'll be required to put sidewalks on all thoroughfares, all collectors, and one side of residential streets.
Okay. I hope nobody ever utilizes that one. The second one is about stacking of the incentives.
Yeah.
It seems to me like there's a possibility that like the developer's going to have a number in mind about the affordable units, and then they're going to take advantage of every single incentive on the list just to maximize profit, basically. And that could make it not worth it potentially to have the affordable part unless they do more and more affordable with the stacking of the incentives. Can you speak to how that maybe will be avoided, or maybe that was discussed, I guess, in the group, but yeah.
Yeah, so as I was helping draft some of this or refine what had been drafted originally, there were two approaches to take. One was to do an objective scoring that sidewalks are worth X, the reduction in RCA is worth B, et cetera, and have a point system and be very objective about it. So I live in Dayton, Ohio. And the development areas that we have are either cornfields or soybean fields, depending on the year that it was planted.
Yeah.
It's easy to quantify those types of lands because they're all about the same. In the case of Apex, your topography, your structure is very unique. And every site is going to be completely different compared to if you're building in the Midwest. They're all about the same. And so I scrapped that idea and went to this more flexible approach to allow developers the opportunity to craft what makes sense for that particular site, for that particular product. It's during the negotiation process between planning staff, housing staff, and ultimately the various review boards, that's what will determine the level of the number of incentives that are provided, and then the trade-off as far as the number of housing units that are provided. The intent is, if a developer is asking, the more incentives they're asking for, the greater number of affordable housing units that they are going to provide. And so part of that is all of a negotiation process. I think what will happen as this policy is implemented, you will start to see where everybody is comfortable with, and it will just you will have a sort of a baseline of what this is expected for this type of incentive, but it is designed to be flexible to address the needs of the Hatcher site with the potential jurisdictional stream or the Smith Farm that you were talking about just now.
Okay, so the safeguard of the undesirable stacking potentially is staff, but they're not going to be able to have to provide some pro forma saying that sidewalk's going to cost me $10,000, so like that's why I'm not doing it, and therefore I'm going to add one unit or something. They're not providing that level of information to you guys. It's just we want to do the sidewalks, let's say, for example, and here's why, right? I would think you guys need more information to really evaluate whether that's worth it as far as the numbers go.
So I think what will happen is if there is a developer that, so let's just say they're coming in, most developers are coming in with a reduction in yards, a density bonus, and then maybe a height increase for multifamily. Those are kind of the standard three that come in. If they then come in and want an RCA reduction up to 10% and sidewalks or whatever, I think it is perfectly acceptable for staff to then say, let's see the numbers. How does this work in your pro forma? Why do these extra incentives make it work, and what are we gaining? At the end of the day, the stopgap or the police for abuse of the incentives is the Planning Commission in this body.
I understand that, but like once it gets to us, a lot of it's baked in, and it would be kind of crummy for us to block the whole thing at the last second.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, blocking it, but
no, if there's a bad deal in front of
then the affordable housing is gone, right? And
for that proposal.
Yeah.
And I think what happens naturally through these types of policies is that HAB will be providing policy direction to staff, and staff has their marching orders of this is what we think this is what the town accepts, and anything above that being requested by the developer is going to have a higher level of critical review by staff and by the planning board.
Okay.
Is staff aware of this? Like, is there some training, education, something that will help them to kind of run those types of numbers, right? Because this is not something that we're doing today. We're asking staff to go figure out where our level of acceptance threshold is at, right? And so rather than doing that through trial and error and see what council ultimately approves and what we reject, is there some guidelines that staff can operate with, right? To say, okay, yeah, this is, per 100 linear foot, this is about the cost, right? And so this is basically the incentive, the monetary incentive that we're giving a developer, right? Does that seem fair, right? Like, is there something along those lines that come as part of this proposal?
So there is a companion administrative manual that is being that has been drafted and will be refined and revised based on what the incentive policies are adopted by this council. And so that will then provide staff and also the developers the detailed instruction manual of how to operationalize this incentive process.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion?
Yeah, so what we have before us, to me, seems more like a formal process for what today kind of already is happening informally. And we're sort of just formalizing the negotiation that happens almost in every rezoning, right? Which is valuable, and certainly is a step forward. But I mean, the concern is it doesn't actually take the step of defining the equivalence between this gets you this gets you this, so everyone knows what the rules are ahead of time. It sort of sounds like the discussion we just had said that's going to sort of shake itself out through the next year or so. Some prior art will be established, some precedents will be set, and that'll become the de facto policy, which is a way to do it. And I guess my concern with that is that we've already done a bunch of these. We've already gotten a lot of 5% affordable housing rezonings with giving developers nothing at all on the right. That was sort of like the cost of doing business for getting a development approved, was they proposed this, we're like, that's great. And I would hate to take a step back and say, now, okay, for what you've been doing for the past year, now we're gonna get rid of sidewalks. And then, as one example. And then that effect is our affordable housing path keeps moving forward the way it's been. But we stop getting sidewalks. That would not be a great outcome. I think what I'm interested in is finding ways to get that 10%, 20%, 30% development. The 5% stuff, to me, is peanuts. And what we're doing is we're getting, 100 units and then 5. 5 is good, but we need 1,000 plus units. At some point, you got to take a bigger bite of the apple. So really what I'm looking for, and I hope other people are looking for, is some clarity on what you have to do to get that 30% or those big projects. And that's not here yet. That being said, I'll note, our Mayor Pro Tem sent a letter of support, asked for some comments to be read. We had the chair of the advisory board support the proposal, so I'm not going to make a big deal about it tonight, but I just want to air that concern. It's really the tough part is still to come about how that works. And as I sort of hinted at earlier, it's a pretty clear hint, but if this ends up bringing proposals to me which are worse than what we've been seeing, I'm just not going to support them. So my advice is don't bring a 5% affordable housing proposal that then asks for a bunch of incentives that we haven't been giving out. That's not that, I think, not that productive. Come talk to me first if you want to do that.
Yeah, I would echo that. Just reading over the policy and then listening to Mr. Welch's comments a little bit earlier, I think, this is a great step forward in terms of setting a policy, right, that we can now execute and fine tune, right, and we actually have some real documentation behind it, not something that is common practice right now with this council, right, but is not necessarily guaranteed for future councils, right. So in that sense, I think that having an official policy document is the right move and is a great step forward. Just like Mr. Welch, I'm not liking some of the numbers that I'm seeing in the policy. I understand that this was a part of the compromise that was made. 5%, I would agree, is too low. We're already getting that today without any incentives, right? So it doesn't make sense to start the bar there, right? The bar should really have been set a little bit higher, plus 135% AMI for purchase units feels a little rich to me still, right? That puts a lot of people in scope that probably can purchase a house today, right? I'm really more concerned about the 100% and below crowds, not so much the 100 to 135% crowd. So, anyways, my position is we got to start somewhere, right? This is the place to start. I'm with Councilmember Mahaffey. Don't bring me stuff that just has 5% affordable housing and ask for a bunch of incentives that we don't give you today, right? Because you're not going to get past this gate here either.
Thank you for your comments. You want to read Mayor Pro Tem's comments, please, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah. These comments were submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth, and they read as follows. I apologize that I'm not able to be there at this meeting. You will soon vote on the Apex Affordable Housing Incentive Policy as part of the Affordable Housing Plan. The Affordable Housing Board, or HAB, consisted of developers, nonprofits, community members, advocates, a planning board member, a town council member, and has worked steadily and hard to make sure this policy is as detailed and suitable as possible for Apex. There was a compromise on behalf of all individuals on the board. We know that there will need to be an ongoing analysis and updates to the policy. We know it's not perfect, but we also know the work by the staff, contractors, and board have been amazing, and we expect this policy will encourage built affordable housing. That has always been my focus, built affordable housing in Apex as housing prices continue to escalate. I encourage you to vote in favor of this policy as I would if I was there.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. All right. Good job by everyone. I want to, on behalf of the community, thank you for starting us off here. Are we ready to move with a motion?
I just have one point I do want to make, which is, according to Table 1, this is just the minimum.
Right.
So this is now the floor as opposed to we were operating without one. So I think there's an expectation that those coming before us are generally now looking at greater than 5% before these things start to move forward.
In this voluntary program, though.
Right, well, completely voluntary, but I mean, I think if they want to be in the spirit of this program, they're going to be looking at 5% or more.
They know who the council is.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Zegerman. Second, Gray. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Congratulations. All right, good job. All right, new business 2, budget ordinance amendment number 23 and capital project ordinance amendment number 2317 cemetery improvements, Columbarium. Mr. Purvis.
All right. Try and keep this short as well. Sorry about that. Wow, those were long. All right. New business 2. So we provided you a memo, Mayor and Council, regarding the proposed columbarium and cemetery improvements project. This has been a few years in the making, different delays along the way, but we're here. The bid unfortunately came in quite significantly higher than we even anticipated. We kind of expected some increase, but not really what it amounted to, double. Versus what we had originally hoped for. So what you have before you is, so we received our bids on June 1st. There's a 60-day window to approve it, so they expire on August 1st. Your next meeting is not until, I believe, August 8th. So we're looking to have a decision on whether you want to move forward, if not, if at all, and in what capacity. We are able to phase this project. If we phase it, the second phase, there's not a definitive timeline for that. It would be something we come back to you and plan in the future. The first phase of that would be the improvements component of this, which would improve parking and accessibility to the cemetery, as well as some sidewalk along Upchurch that connects into the cemetery area. That's the basic. You have the brief options before you on the slide here. Everything from do nothing to phase 1 is roughly about what we thought the whole project was going to originally cost, so a little over $600,000. So we'd have to pull a little bit more from the cemetery fund, but it's definitely manageable. Not a concern on staff from that point. To do the full project, though, would be another almost $900,000. We anticipated with our knowing it takes some time. We had some reevaluation of what our cost estimates would be, and we thought the estimate was somewhere $800,000 to $900,000 to do everything. We felt that was going to be feasible and would recommend that, but then it came in at over 1.4. So that was just the nature of what we're seeing in the bids these days. And we only got, that's what when I saw the numbers, that's exactly so it's we only got 2 bids, and that has been the norm in just about anything. I don't know if we've gotten any project lately that we've gotten at least 3 bids. So that drives costs and just the nature of the market right now with inflation until things level off. So come in for you tonight to find out what you want to do, and then if you do want to move forward any capacity, the budget amendments are attached. We did both options just so it would be ready to go.
Mr. Purvis, it seems like the kind of base cost and then the full thing is about half. It seems like here is about half and half. I mean, when you guys were originally estimating the numbers, were you expecting half and half as well when it was a lower overall, or like is it crazy high for the base bid and that, or is the base bid crazy high, or I'm kind of not sure about that.
I don't know that I'm prepared to answer that one. I'm trying to think back through as we went through, the different iterations and the design and how things got done. I don't know that I can say really if it was half and half to start with. I think there was some enhancements to the parking and accessibility as we went through the planning phase. Obviously there's a lot of intense, anytime you got some earthwork and some things going on, that drives some costs. I just don't know what the original breakdown was, I'm sorry, on whether it was half and half or not.
Any other questions? There a motion for any one of them?
I'll make a motion to, for the second option, complete the base bid and alternate 3.
Okay. Any discussion or?
Second.
Second, Gray.
My preference is to complete the entire project. I mean, cost has risen what it is. I think it's an interesting project. I would ask my colleagues to oppose the motion, and I'll offer another motion if it's defeated to complete the entire project, third option.
My preference is to not do it all right now, by the way. Mostly because I came here to build sidewalks and enhance our downtown, and I think this is not going anywhere, and we could spend that money better right now than this project. That's how I feel.
Mayor, got some thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I could go with alternate 3 or complete the entire project. I'm split, so we'll just take the vote and we'll see where it goes.
Mayor, if you don't, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was going to offer one comment, if you don't, just to Mr. Gant, to your point on the stuff, just keep in mind that at least anything out of the cemetery fund is only used for cemetery anyway, so it wouldn't be used for outside of sidewalks serving the cemetery. It would be limited to that anyway. I just want to make
this alternative. The second one is suggesting $600,000 from general fund.
No,
the cemetery fund provides the extra.
No, sir. So everything, we budgeted $600,000 from the cemetery fund to start with. And then we had some design fees and everything, and there's roughly $545,000 left in that original budget. This was in the memo. So what we would need is an additional $76,000 from the cemetery fund to complete. So that's all from the cemetery.
But 621 is from the general fund.
No, sir.
That's
the cemetery.
I thought you guys didn't want to zero out the cemetery fund.
So that's the complete the entire project is what we did. That would require $445,000 from the general fund and $445,000 from the cemetery fund. It would leave $100,000.
But it should be noted, we have a plan to recover those costs.
We would cover at least a portion of those costs through the sale of the columbarium. So
in 20 years, I mean, it's gonna take a while, presumably. Okay, so the cemetery fund is contributing
100% up through the base bid, and alternate 3 is 100%. Yes, sir.
The alternative funding is from the cemetery fund as well.
Yes, for that option, for option 2. Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And I'm sorry. I just bring that up just for clarification because it sounded like
I thought it was said something different in the memo, that it was general and the extra was from the cemetery fund. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have I'm sorry, you had Mr. Coleman.
I don't know if this helps either. We also have a waiting list because we're at capacity in our current cemetery. So we have over 60 folks that are reserving slots for either the columbarium or a spot in the cemetery.
What would be the capacity of the columbarium?
780 niches. Now that includes individual niches. You do have the capacity to double up on the niches, and that would be something that we have to discuss on the fees. The fees right now are just they're a placeholder because we do not have a columbarium yet, so it'd be something to discuss further. But 780, and the impetus for this whole project was because of the capacity at the cemetery. You can't use cemetery, and so specifically the niches, like the actual niches for burial, we would not purchase from the cemetery fund. Those would be from the general fund when the time comes, because you can't use the cemetery fund to expand the cemetery. And adding the niches is technically expanding the cemetery, but you can use the cemetery fund for enhancements, improvements, maintenance, those sort of things. So that's where the project for the columbarium was. There's enhancements needed, there's improvements that we need to the cemetery, and then we would bring in the niches on the following that, but that will come from general fund. That'll be an annual budget thing you'll see in the budget as we go about. And to Mr. Mahaffey's point, we expect to set the fees based on, to a recovery for both the niches and some of the capital costs when that time comes.
And the fees that we charge would go back into the cemetery fund?
They would have to go into the cemetery fund,
Okay.
That's correct. So you don't actually ever recover the general fund fees, they go into the cemetery fund, yes, sir.
Thank you for that clarity. All right, we have a motion by Zigerman and second by Gray, right, on complete the base bid and alternate 3. All right.
And I'd just like to clarify to my colleagues that I'm going to oppose this motion, not because I don't want to do it, but because I plan on offering a motion to complete the entire project should this motion fail.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was your aye?
Yeah.
Okay. Opposed?
Nope.
All right, motion passes 3-1.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you, council.
All right, new business 3, Mr. Antoine Morrison, Utility Customer Assistance Program update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
We're here to provide you an update on the Utility Customer Assistance Program, or UCAP, you'll hear us say. We have here also Sherry Presnall, who is with Western Wake Crisis Ministry. We've contracted with them back in June of 2021, and so they were doing a partnership, and they've done an amazing job as far as helping us manage the program. So here we're going to provide you the update. The requested action, we want to make some slight changes to the agreement. And then we also need to make a motion to approve the budget amendment for this year. The way that it was carried forward coming from 22 to 23 was not done as it needed to be. And so now we need to approve that budget to make sure we have it in the budget. And then we're going to carry forward whatever the remaining balances are at 6/30 of this year into 24. So this program is to assist our customers with utility payments. That provides utility assistance to help eligible households pay their utility bills, so water, sewer, as well as electric. The maximum amount that we are currently allowing is $636 per fiscal year. They can have that or a credit amount of the past due, whichever is less. That's how the current agreement is drafted and written up. So this gives you a visual of through May. So as of May 31st, and it's comparing it to May 31st of 2021. So giving it a look at when we implemented the plan to what it looks like now. And so these are all of our past due accounts. And so past due includes all of our active and inactive accounts that are not subject to disconnect currently. And so you can see that we're significantly better than we were 2 years ago. And this number is based on timing because it's not going to be a perfect cutoff. And so some of those past due, it's because they just hadn't made the payment yet for the prior month, for that prior month service. And so while this number is very, it's a reasonable number, I would like for it to be lower. We have some things that we want to do within the utility division of finance, as far as going back to look at some of these outdated accounts, because like I said, this includes active as well as inactive accounts. And so I want to take a deeper look at some of the accounts past due over 120 days, because that's significantly past due.
and then kind of look at those and see, can we go to debt set-off? Can we look at options of trying to collect on some of those? And so we have some work to do on that part of it.
I'm guessing we're going to write off some of that, though, right? Because
Yeah, we're not going to have a choice. It's just a matter of how much will we have to write off. And I want to get that number as small as I can.
So do you credit this program for that reduction?
Yes, because this program has had, I think it's had a good impact, but I think it can have be more impactful. I think we've done a good job as far as managing the program, as far as making sure that people don't go, and you really see it on the delinquent, more so than on this past due slide. But when we get to the delinquent slide, you'll see that. But I think that there are some steps that we can go even further to make it a stronger program.
But there's more context. We weren't cutting off power and water for a while, and then we did after around like May 2021.
So,
I think.
and I may be getting ahead of the conversation here a little bit. So there's about $1.5 million reduction between the 2 years. Like, what have we expensed, during that time, or what have we invested in this program to recover that $1.5 million?
You'll see that more on the next slide that I'm getting ready to
Okay,
go through.
I'll hold my question.
That's going to, on this one, delinquent accounts. So these are the accounts that are active accounts that are past due at that point in time. And you can see 2 years ago, we were at $1.3 million of delinquent accounts, people that have not paid their bill. It just wasn't past due. It wasn't, like I said, for timing. They just had not paid that bill. Whereas at May 31st of this year, we're at 48,000. Now this program is not going to make up that entire $1.2 million spread or $1.3 million spread, but it has had an impact on making sure that people don't go delinquent if they don't have to. Because we're investing that money back into them. We set aside the $500,000 a couple of years ago, 2021, and now we're assisting people. We're providing that assistance that council wanted to give to the community. Excuse me. And so you'll see this just gives you the list of 48,000. The average balances of the accounts. Which 141,359 to 660 and 1398, and so I think, going back to your point, Councilman Grant, given that the moratorium is no longer, because we had the state moratorium where we could not turn people's power off going through COVID, that played a role, that has an effect, and then also this program has an effect on our customers, the town of Apex customers. So I'm going to call Sherry up at this point, so she can explain to you the program, some of the eligibility standards, and the poverty levels.
Hello. I think most of you know me. So the current eligibility standards are, and this was set really by you all, the client has to be a resident at the service address, that they have to be a U.S. citizen or lawfully present in the United States, and then they have to meet the income requirements that we have here that are essentially what you all decided collectively was to, you wanted to go above and beyond what Western Wake's income requirements are. Ours are, we expect clients, we only provide financial assistance for clients that are at 60% or below AMI, whereas you all did 80%. So this is I guess the breakdown that Antoine has here is of the number of approvals that have happened at the various income levels that we're seeing. And we're using as you can see, the median income Raleigh HUD definition, not the national poverty level, which is significantly different. So is that helpful?
I got a question. Do you have the amount of people who applied, or?
Yes, I think he has that on the
that's
next one.
okay.
So here, you can see the number of applications that we've had as of May 31st. And so that is from the beginning of the program. So 673 applications. And then the number of accounts that actually qualified for assistance was 514. And then the numbers that received assistance was 493. So there are people that we knew there would be some questions about, you know, why are people applying and then not being approved? And it's often, it can be a range of things. That can be because they didn't actually get their paperwork in, right? So they applied, they filled out the application, but then they actually never followed through to get assistance. Or it could be that they did not meet the eligibility requirements. It could be that they came up with the funding on their own in the meantime, something like that. So that's kind of where that discrepancy is. The total assistance provided, 188. And the average assistance per approval is about $382. And this tracks with what Western Wake is then turning around and paying Town of Apex utilities when we get requests for assistance. That it's not, if the client doesn't qualify for UCAP, or they did qualify for UCAP but they need additional assistance on top of that, we give out. We spent last year. We spent $53,000. We turned around and gave out of Western Wake's budget, not UCAP's budget, but Western Wake's budget, about $53,000 for 158 clients. So that works out to about $335 per client. So that tracks with about what you have here for assistance per approval. Anything else you want me to address here? Okay.
Thank you.
And so on the next slide, you see the available funds as of this month. We're looking to carry forward another $258,000 into FY24. And so we've spent for customer assistance 47%. And for the eligibility determination is what Sherry and her group helps us with, is 54%. So some observations from the program. We've noticed that not as many customers have taken advantage of the program as we would have expected them to at this point. As Sherry said, maybe some of those have been resolved with personal funding. They've found other sources, Wake County DSS, Western Wake, White Oak. We have another program, Neighbors Helping Neighbors program. So maybe they're tapping into some of those resources. We don't know the answers to those yet, but we want to kind of dig down into it to see why have they not taken advantage of the program. And then we also noticed that there were some participants who have been frequent appliers, meaning that they've applied more than once, but the way that we have the agreement currently written, you can only receive up to that 636 once a fiscal year. You come one time and you get up to 636. You might get $100, you might get $500, but you can only do it one time in that 12-month cycle, that fiscal year. And so some recommendations that we have for the agreement, we want to allow customers to access more than one time a year. And we want up to that $636 cap. And so they come 4 or 5 times to get the assistance as long as they are not going over that cap. And then we want to reduce the agency help, the part-time help. And so those are the staff that Sherry has. Currently, there are 2 staff members. Based on the activity, Western Wake has not found that to be needed anymore. And so they want to reduce that to 1 staff member, that part-time staff member. And then we want to internally do some kind of communication campaign. I think we can do a better job as far as getting the information out to the community to drum up some of that in the community so that they know that this is here for you. Access, you have $258,000 that's available to you to assist you. I don't know how well we've done with that as far as making sure that our customers are aware of this program. And so we want to do a communication campaign. We're also planning to review that 636 limit. Is that limit still fitting for the Town of Apex customers, or does it need to be increased? So we need to take a look at that to see, does that 636 still make sense now? It made sense back in 2021, but that's 2 years later. The economy's changed, and so does it still make sense for us? And then we also want to review our payment plan practices, because we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can for all of our utility customers to ensure that they don't go delinquent and that they don't have past due bills, and that when they need assistance, we're able to provide it for them. And so with that, I will open it up for any questions from you all.
I have one question, and this may be best answered by you or you, but it appears that we have a policy, and it appears that it's our policy, that you have to be either a U.S. citizen or a lawful resident within the country. And is there any legal impediment that would prevent Western Wake from being able to make these payments, or is that just us on policy?
That's you. Yep,
Okay.
that would not affect us at all.
Because last I remembered, we want the money, we don't care really who's.
I remember the
Yeah, I was
second
saying, I'm
one.
not.
Yeah, I don't remember the reason.
It's hard to check eligibility, I would assume, if they're not like.
So
income tax.
at Western Wake, we basically do it by residence. So if a client can show that they are a resident of Apex or of our service area, whether that be through some kind of utility bill or a license, or sometimes even a letter from a landlord will accept, that says that this is the person that's paying the bills, this is the person that is renting, then we will assist them. That's how we operate.
But their income, how's that checked?
Yeah, and so that would probably be the challenge, the income check, because we do require 3 pay stubs, or if they're being legally employed, then yes, that's. But to get food and other services, and we have, if it's under a certain amount, we don't have to get a W-9 from the landlord or anything like that. So.
So does anyone recall, was there a reason, was federal funding involved? Was there something with, I think it was the religious policy choice you made in 21? Laura, do you remember?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to look back.
If that 500,000 that you set aside was in any way CARES Act related, then that would be a stipulation.
That's probably what.
Yeah.
Did we end up reimbursing CARES funding for this?
No.
No, I think you might.
It was our money. It was
I think you might be crossing the discussions, like, that's what we talked about with the CARES.
It was general fund.
Yeah.
Pretty sure about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, it was general fund initially, and then I thought that later on, the CARES fund came through and we had an opportunity to reimburse ourselves for a bunch of COVID expenditures we did, and I don't exactly recall what the list of stuff that we did is on it.
We'll have to look into
Yeah,
that.
but
And then,
you'll look into that.
Okay.
So the neighbors helping neighbors fund, I've been
Yeah.
putting $10 in every month since like April 2020. That money is used first before this.
So that money comes to Western Wake, and we put it into direct client assistance it doesn't go strictly to utilities though. It could go, it kind of goes into our general operating for client assistance, for our client assistance budget. So it might be for
displacing some
rent,
of this.
it might be something like that, but it is probably assisting some of this as well. Yeah.
What's the difference between the two slides where you talk about the approvals and monies, assistance provided, and then the available funds to date? Like, those numbers are different.
Because one is at May 31st and one is as of today.
Okay.
As of yesterday, actually.
Okay. And so the years that are mentioned here, are those fiscal years or are those calendar years?
These are fiscal years. And there's a note in there that the amounts in 2023 do not include May and June yet. And that's just the timing of the report.
That's a tiny note. Like, I need my glasses for this one, man. All right.
So I think what do you want me to address this? Or, okay. I think what we're proposing to the council is mainly, the main change is that clients are able to access funds more than once during a fiscal year, as long as they don't reach that lifetime max. I think that's the main goal of today.
That have to come back as a amendment to the agreement? Because I think
Correct.
tonight we're just talking about the budget amendment to.
No, the agreement is part of this discussion.
It is too.
Yeah.
Motion to accept the recommended changes to the program.
So can we answer that now?
I think we need to, I thought last year you all made it that the manager could, like the terms, the manager could make the changes to the terms of the program. So I don't think you all need to vote on changes to the terms.
Okay. All right, cool. That's cool. All right, what else?
I'll say for communication, we're calling back our discussion on this. I wanted it, I'm not sure if this ever happened, but we send letters when it's time for a disconnect. And I think my desire at least was to have this program mentioned as part of that letter, like, hey, we're gonna cut off your utilities, but we got this program, please call us. Does anyone know if that actually?
I believe it is.
That did happen?
The payment plan and this thing are both in there, I thought.
I haven't gotten a disconnect letter lately.
So we want to make sure that we're getting all that information out there. So we want to take as many avenues as we can, not just the mailing inserts, but some other avenues. So we're not missing anyone.
I haven't seen the letter, but I thought it was, these programs were listed on that letter, I thought.
It is on your bill, for sure.
But he's saying the letters for the code.
The actual threatening letter.
Oh, the disconnect notice, yeah.
Okay, what else?
I love this program. I think it's great, something I'm real proud of that we did.
I concur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you put up on the screen what we're making a motion for?
There should be a motion to approve the budget amendment for FY '23. So
That's your motion,
that's
sir.
my motion. Motion
Okay. All right,
to approve
motion,
budget
Ray.
amendment.
Second. Mahaffey, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. All right. Okay, we are now at updates.
All right, I'll try to make them quick. Next week is 4th of July, so we're excited about our second year of fireworks. You know, as I told Councilman Gray on the break, we have the best fireworks around. So if anybody tells you different, you heard it from us that we have the best. We'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. The offices will be closed, but we will be celebrating our old-fashioned 4th of July in downtown Apex, so encourage all of our residents to come out. On July 19th from 6 to 7, we will have a discussion with the CSX representative and a Q&A at the Holly, so we encourage residents to come out and talk to CSX about any concerns that you have related to the railroad. Again, acknowledging that it is Parks and Recs Month, and so we want to say thank you to all of our Parks and Rec staff, but also we have some activities that will, some new activities to celebrate Parks and Rec Month that include the Summer Slam at Salem Pond Park on July 12th, and then a chalk walk on July 13th. And then I want to congratulate the housing team and the HAB on the incentive policy. There's been a lot of work that went into that, and I know we've been waiting for that a long time, and there's still work to do, but I'm excited that we were able to get that passed today. And then last but not least, we recognize 3 peak performers today: Mark Griffin in the IT department, Jimmy McClure in Water Resources, and Colleen Moraes in Economic Development. So thank you to all 3 of them for showing how our employees are helping each other. One thing that's really important about the Peak Performer Award is that it's a recognition from your peers, and so to have your peers show that you're doing a good job, or to recognize our employees for doing a good job is really an honor. So congratulations to those 3 individuals. And that's all I have.
Good. And I just want to add to Juneteenth.
Juneteenth. So we celebrated Juneteenth. It was a great celebration. It was hot. It was very hot, but congratulations on a successful Juneteenth as well as a successful Pride as well. And to the staff, especially PRCR staff, our public safety staff, as well as our public works staff, who are all always out and helping with our events. So thank you for that reminder.
Thanks.
And July 4th fireworks are on July
3rd.
July 3rd fireworks. The fireworks are on July 3rd, and the good old-fashioned July 4th celebration is on Tuesday. Thank you for that clarification.
Rain or shine?
Rain or shine.
That's on how much rain.
All right.
Hopefully more
Lights go
shine.
through the rain at the end, right?
Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you for the updates. We'll move now to, is there a motion to go into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between attorney and public body?
So move.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We move now to closed session, and we don't have any other business in the chamber tonight, so thank y'all.
He sent a thumbs up.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's.
I'm ready. You are.
Are we good?
We're good.
Okay, we're back in session. You have a motion.
Mayor, I have a motion to approve resolution authorizing eminent domain proceedings related to the Lower Duncan Sidewalk project for the improvement of the Apex street system.
All right, motion is on the floor. Second?
Second.
Second. Gray, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed unanimously, and we are done with